Click. Okay. It says you're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Can everybody hear us? Says audio is good. Do we see the same chat? Live chat? It's the same.
Okay, I'll be right back now.
Okay. All right. We'll be live soon. If you can hear me. We're not quite there yet. Hold on. Hey Mark, I can hear you in case you didn't know.
everybody, and welcome back to Forever Conscious Research Channel. Before we get started, I just want to remind you that this channel is for educational purposes only. And now that we got that out of the way, I would like to bring in our topic today. We're going to be doing a commentary of a 1992 interview with Robert Monroe. It's going to cover out-of-body experiences, reincarnation, why we are here, among some other things. And I'm really looking forward to doing this one. I have Dan with us today. So I want to welcome Dan from OverwatchProject.com and Overwatch channel. Hello, Dan. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, you can see me this time.
Yes. The reveal.
Hey, everybody. Hello, everybody out there. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, man. Great to have you. So, we sent this video over to you. We were talking about it, and I thought it'd be a great co-commentary to do together. It's pretty revealing. You can tell he's also holding back towards the end, I think, as well. But I don't know. We'll get into that. What is this doing?
Oh,
there we go. Okay.
Well, crazy.
Okay, so just want to say again, hello to everyone out there. Hello on Dan's channel and over here. And let's get into this. Is there anything you maybe wanted to say before we get started, Dan?
Oh, I think he's holding back in the middle, especially in the 39-minute mark.
Middle, yeah, that's where it really heats up.
Yeah, yeah. This was an amazing. I just want to say I've never seen this interview before. It has stuff in there that I only wish they had asked about the Loosh thing.
Yes,
directly,
yes.
But
that's why I think he's holding back at the end a little bit of.
He's
just a gut feeling. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it was okay. Yeah, sooner we get started, the sooner we can see what we're talking about.
Okay, so let's roll. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly. And if during the beginning of the stream, if any of you out there can just let us know how the audio quality is, not with just our voices, but in comparison to the clip. I had to work through a bunch of BS to get this working right, and I hope it's okay. It should be okay, but if there are some issues with the audio levels, don't hesitate to let me know in the chat. And hello over on Odyssey as well. Okay, so
Bob, can you tell us briefly how you began in this field?
How I began in this field? Well, I can give you a very specific answer.
Okay.
It was 32 years ago that I first got into this field. How did I get into this field? By accident, sort of like the monkey who fell out of the tree. My company, which I had at the time, was involved up until 1956 in very extensive network radio programs, which means dramatic programs for radio nationwide and overseas. And in 1956 we had the choice of whether we converted all the way into television. And so we had started to do so until we discovered a very interesting thing. Now, we had been doing these radio programs for many years, and what we discovered was that it was like seeing a movie all over again. It was this is where we came in, because we were taking exactly the same thing that we had done 8 to 10 years earlier and putting a picture to it. It was nothing more to us than radio with a picture. So we did not think that we wanted to go through this all over again. There must be something better to do than to go into television. And we had already 2 quiz shows in television and found that this was nice, but there must be something better. So as the head of the company, and knowing in American language we have something that says you pass the buck. The buck ends with the president of the company, the responsibility. as does the authority. So I decided we would try something else. And being very professional in sound, we naturally began to think of some way to use sound as a new means of a new direction for our company. And what we first came up with and started conducting in our research and development division of our company was how to help people learn while they are asleep. Very interesting parable. But all the way back in 1956, we started conducting studies how to do this. And the first problem is how to get people to sleep. Because you can't take a subject and say, now go to sleep. You have to, and you do not want to give them chemicals or drugs to go to sleep, because that won't serve the purpose. So we began to use sound to help people to get to sleep. And that's how we first began to get into the technology of what we have since become. But along the way, a very interesting thing took place. In that research pattern, I was the chief subject because I demanded it, because I was very curious. So as the chief subject in all of these patterns of finding ways to help people go to sleep by sound use, evidently I absorbed something, because in 1958 then I had this great, frightening, terrifying change take place in my life. And I have written about this, as you know, in several books, and it's very, I guess, common knowledge even throughout the world, because the books have been translated into various languages. But simply put, at that time I began to experience moving out of my body, and that was the final thing of something that had begun a year at least or more before that time. I began to have, quote, dreams about, and I was an airplane pilot, so you can understand how that would take place. I began to have dreams about taxiing to the runway on an airport and getting the plane off the ground, and once I got it off the ground, that I would look up and here are all these wires. It was as if one were flying down a street, and there were all these power lines overhead and telephone lines, and you couldn't find a hole to get out of it. And that dream had gone on, a recurring dream, for at least a year. And then shortly before this big thing took place in '58, I also began to experience a funny kind of vibration. And I went to it was as if my body were shaking, but there was no feeling of shaking. It was just internal. And I went hurrying to my favorite doctor, and he examined me and says, "Oh, you are working too hard. You are stress-filled, but there's nothing wrong with you. Go take a pill and relax or something." Well, not necessarily being a pill taker, that did not work too well. But in any event, after many times, like 25 or 30 more times of experiencing this vibration, I thought, well, and fighting to get out of it is the point. I just pull myself away from this vibration.
Okay, I think just in the interest of copyright, just got to drop in and say a few words there. And I think it's common, right? I mean, if you try going out of your body, those vibrations can be really intense and intimidating.
Yeah, it's some people have this, and natural ability to experience OBs, and then you have, of course, the whole stigma that religions put on it, which usually they mistake sleep paralysis, which is what happens in the vibrational state, for something attached to their religions. And it's really just your consciousness phasing out of your body.
Exactly.
But you go into a panic mode usually, which stops it, or you get caught in the middle. And a lot of people have that negative experience. Yeah.
Oh,
So he said it framed him
Mm-hmm.
first,
Yeah.
and then he kind of just like he did actually what nowadays people are told to do: just relax, go with the vibration, don't fight it, don't panic, don't become afraid.
Yeah, yeah, and he said, "If it kills me, it kills me." Actually, I think he says that a little in a little while,
Yeah.
but jumping
Yes.
ahead. All right, so we'll move along.
The next step was, well, this will never get anywhere. I'm too frightened about it. If it's going to kill me, let it kill me. So, with that in
Yes.
mind, one particular afternoon when I was lying down, I said, all right, fine. The vibration came. If it's going to kill me, let it kill me. So I waited and waited and waited. And after a while, after about 5 minutes, it faded away, and I was still alive. So I thought, now I know it won't kill me. So I'm on safe ground. So after that, I began to simply let it happen and wait that 5 minutes so I could do something. And on this one famous night, as we're in 1958, I was lying in bed on a Friday night, waiting for this vibration to end so I could go to sleep. And as I was lying there, thinking about what I was going to do the next day, while this vibration got through doing what it was supposed to do, I was thinking how nice Saturday morning was going to be, because we had had what we call a cold front come through, and there would be strong northwest winds, and there would be great thermal action. So, being much into sailplanes and gliders at that time, the soaring was going to be tremendous. And as a result, this was my sense of great joy and anticipation as I was waiting for this vibration to end. And as I waited and waited and thought how nice this is going to be, suddenly I felt something bumping against my shoulder. And that, of course, is part of the history when I discovered that what I was bumping against was the ceiling of my bedroom. And that bumping turned around, and I did not know where I was till I saw this funny sort of a fountain coming out of what I thought was the floor. And I thought, where am I? This is a funny kind of dream. And I looked more closely, and I thought, there's something terribly wrong. This is not a fountain, this is the chandelier. The light fixture coming out of the ceiling. So I looked around, and sure enough, down there in the bed below me was my wife lying in bed, and beside her was a man in bed. And I says, what kind of dream is this? This is a strange dream. Whom would I think of who would be in bed with my wife? And I said, I can't resist finding out. So I
It was
moved
me.
a little closer, and then this great shock came over me, because the person in bed with my wife was me. And then
Well,
the
you
fright
did.
came, the terror. What am I doing? Am I dying? Let me get back, quick, something. So I went through the air like this, swimming through the air to get back to the body, and pang, got back in the body. That was the first time that I, in turn, found out. And then very quickly I sat up, and everything was quiet. My heart was racing because I was excited, but everything else was fine. My wife's asleep, quiet, nothing, no problem. So that is exactly how it began, all the way back in 1958. It took many visits to a doctor to find out that I did not have a brain tumor. It took reassurances from a very well-known psychiatrist friend who said, I can certify that you're sane.
Yeah,
Yeah. Before I forget,
sure.
so I've never had like a OB like he has. Never had that. I think I've come close. I felt the vibration once, but I did discover something really weird that I was doing on a routine period every time I go to sleep. So I have of course, I'm not aware of it, but when I sleep, I snore, and the weird thing is that it's happened too many times now. If I'm snoring somewhere and somebody's in the room, and they'll poke me, or they'll go to wake me up to stop me from snoring if I'm taking a nap or something. And every time I'm awake, see my mind is awake, which is really weird. But this happens all the time. I'm not anywhere that I know of. I'm still in my body, I guess. But I'm having like thinking about something, and I'm having like an internal dialogue with myself, thinking about maybe podcast I want to put together and how I'm going to organize it. Whatever it could be, what I have to do tomorrow,
Sure.
all kinds of stuff. And I obviously don't hear myself snoring, so I'm out of phase, which she talks about phases, conscious phase, where you're tuned into. I'm not tuned into the physical world. Obviously, I'm still attached to my body, but I'm completely out of phase. And because I don't hear the snoring, I don't hear anything going on in the room. I only hear my own thoughts. I'm wide, as far as I'm lucid, totally awake. And then somebody will tap my body or tap me on the shoulder to tell me I'm snoring. And I'm like, how could I be snoring? I was awake. And so that is really weird. Have you ever experienced anything like that, Mark?
I can't say like I've experienced something like that, not with like snoring, but yeah, like where it's like it's almost like yeah, like you're lucidly aware, but there's like this disconnect between, we can call it like REM sleep or the dream world, and then what you are in the physical, and be aware of that. But yeah, I know. I think it really, a lot of it boils down to like the level of lucidity. It's like, I think we're like teetering in between both. And it's probably like, do you find it, is it like when does it ever happen in, how do I put this? Does it ever happen like in the first couple hours of sleep, or is it more like maybe when you get to the REM cycle?
It's
does it not matter?
it's not a REM cycle because I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
I'm just experiencing my thoughts completely lucid, awake. As far as I'm concerned, it's almost like how you when you lay down and go take a nap or something, and but you're still awake. You haven't fallen asleep yet, and you might be thinking about something, and then you drift off into sleep.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so to me, it's like I haven't fallen asleep yet. I'm mentally, or as he puts it later, mind awake, body asleep. My mind is awake and no longer listening to what my body's doing. I'm not aware that I'm snoring. I don't hear any sound. All I hear is my own thoughts.
And you're still snoring.
Yes. So clearly I'm lucidly awake mentally, but I'm no longer aware of my body or what's going on.
Yeah, your body hasn't like caught up yet or something with.
It's really
fully
like
restored itself, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, all it takes is somebody to poke me once and say, "Hey, you're snoring," and then it's like there's no time delay. It's like suddenly my body's awake again, or to me, it's like, what are you talking about? I've been awake the whole time. To me, it's like I've been awake this whole time. I haven't fallen asleep yet. Well, apparently my body did fall asleep, but I wasn't aware of it. If I could be aware that I'm doing that, maybe I could then exit, into the astral.
Yeah, that's yeah. There's I wish it was so much easier. And I'm just convinced at this point that even just the whole vibrational phase of everything, and of course there could be the entity appearances. I know I've talked about this before, but I seriously think that's all an intimidation factor for us not to go outside of our bodies and explore. I mean, I'm just convinced of it at this point. What are your thoughts on that? Have we talked about that on stream before? I think we've talked about it privately, but even if
I'm sorry, Mark. I just saw that a commentator on my channel said that it happens to people all the time on their massage table. So very interesting.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And what were you saying?
No, I was just saying, what are your thoughts on just like the vibrational phase in general, and how wild and intimidating that is, and then also kind of throw in the kind of entities conveniently being around, at least for me, and I know quite a few other people, at least I've read and heard from, experience the same. What do you think the reason for it being that intense and intimidating? Do you feel like me that it's more or less like that because they don't want us exploring outside of our body?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we're conditioned. Uh, I made a video yesterday, the soul, where it's, you're you're a singular individual entity. You're not actually one with everything else. Because that is the message we get from everywhere.
Oh,
You
everywhere.
can't really find anything that counters that message.
No.
And so to me, it's like, it's all. Despite the magnificent job that's been done once you incarnate as a human to keep you, A, give you amnesia, B, keep you contained in the body, remove or reduce your consciousness to this ridiculously low level. Despite all of this stuff, it's amazing, but they can't really contain your consciousness fully all the time. It will, even that famous prison, Alcatraz. I don't know what happened to the escapees, but they had an escape. It was an escape-proof prison, right? I mean,
True.
The human body is like a prison, right? I mentioned that yesterday. All the double meanings in our words. You go into a prison cell. Your body's made up of cells. And you are as best they can continue. But yeah, you start to have you're indoctrinated to fear the supernatural. From a lot of sources, especially if you're religious, indoctrination. If you're a materialist, it's going to be terrifying if you suddenly run into the supernatural and you didn't believe in it at all, and now you're confronted with. Either way, it's going to frighten you. And then only when you kind of like surrender to it and say, "I'm not going to let this scare me," and then when you do get out, they might be these little entities or little parasites running around that you might encounter. But even Monroe in his book, he quickly learned that he can simply imagine energy and cast it at them, right? Didn't he cast lightning, or
he
created electricity?
Something. I think electricity, I think is what it was.
Yeah, so our consciousness is so powerful that you can, once it gets freed from the physical plane, you can start to just think of something and it becomes it generates. And some of these things may even be created by you because you're afraid, and you start generating little thought forms.
Yep. Yeah, that's a big one. Yeah, thought forms are a much bigger issue than most are aware of. It's a massive thing.
Yeah, and then you can simultaneously dispatch them.
Yes.
Because once you realize that, you're in control, which he talks about.
He does.
Later, as we'll get into this.
Yeah.
But you're always in control.
That's right. He lays it out in lavender. It's right in front of our face. And his work, on top of like almost all other sources, they always say this, like you're in control. I mean, and that should give, peace of mind and solace to every single one of us today. It's that, again, we are in control. There's nothing that is going to be able to keep you here as long as you don't allow yourself to be distracted and fall down all of the illusions and deceptions that they try to throw at you. And there are many, but if you're aware of them, then you'll be fine. If you know they exist and you know that you can shield and protect yourself and get yourself out of a situation, that is everything. I mean, the answer is so simple. It's right in front of our face, but the problem is getting here. Getting to this point is a hell of a battle.
As we go on with this, he's going to mention that more than once, that it's always been up to you, but it's going to get really good. Stick around.
Yeah, absolutely.
This interview is going to be fantastic. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it's a loaded interview.
Yeah.
And what was the other thing I was thinking that he meant? I forgot. Who cares? All right. Let's continue.
Bob, I said, well, what's the matter with me? and what's this thing that's happening to me? And he said, well, I think that you are doing what is known as conscious dreaming. And I looked at him and I said, what's conscious dreaming? He says, I don't know, I just made it up. And I said, thank you. And I then got together with my psychologist friend and I said, Brad, what do I do about this thing? He says, oh, that's easy. I says, what? He says, they do it in India all the time. They know all about it in India. And I said, well, what should I do then? He says, well, I would think you should go to India and study under a guru and live in an ashram until you know all about it. And I said, well, how long would that take? And he said, oh, probably 10 or 20 years. And I said, 10 or 20 years? What about my business? What about my mortgaged house? What about my wife and my 2 children? He says, oh, this is important. And I looked at him very hard in the face and I said, Brad, if this were you, what would you do? And he looked at me with his eyes. He says, Robert, he says, it's not happening to me, it's happening to you. And he waved goodbye. So that was the response of that beginning. And being of a stubborn variety, and knowing that I did not have a brain tumor, knowing that physically I was all right, and the 2 people that I trusted most in the mental health field knew me so well that they said, oh, you have no mental problem. What does one do? So the natural response that I had, in my way of thinking, being a Western mind, I couldn't see going to India and spending 10 years living in an ashram. That would not be very comfortable for me. And also, that's not the way I think. I'm a Western mind. So being very stubborn, what I did is to turn around and establish a research and development division in my company.
Can we just say, like, seriously, how ridiculous it is that, again, here we have someone who just wants to find answers and is basically being told, oh yeah, just, pack your bags, go to India, drop your entire life, and, maybe you'll get some answers. I mean, it's so absurd, the whole materialistic bullshit society that we've grown up into. And that, it's big, but something as simple as this, answers are out there. They've been out there forever. And he is kind of, has to, he's being told, go to frickin' India. I mean, I don't know. I just wanted to say that.
Thank goodness for Bob Monroe because of all the information he gave us. And he tried to do it in a neutral way without injecting, beliefs that were existing at the time period when he was doing all this. Mm-hmm. He went out of his way to come up with new. It's kind of hard sometimes to follow what he's saying because he went out of his way to invent terms that didn't exist, so that he could. You have to kind of interpret what is he saying. If this was like a spiritual equivalent, what word is he saying? Because he invents terms like that. But also sometimes, before I forget this, sometimes I have to wonder, as we get into later in the interview when he talks about some of this stuff, somehow I have to wonder if the Matrix here, the reincarnation soul trap, doesn't run kind of like an organized crime cartel. Because it's almost like they have to tell you that you can opt out because that washes their hands of any natural.
They do it all the time.
Yeah, they do it all the time everywhere. Entertainment industry. They have to tell you how they opt out. They just do it in a way that if you're not truly interested in this material and you're not looking for that way out, you're never going to see it.
Yeah,
it's not right in front of it's like right in front of your face, but you have to kind of like be wanting to see it. Yeah. And it's almost
peel
like
away the layers.
Yeah, it's almost like sometimes I wonder if on one of his astral trips they didn't pull him into like some Italian restaurant and have him sit down and go, listen, Bob, listen,
The Tommy
We
gun.
want, yeah, we want people to know this stuff, because we have to let them know. But at a certain point, you're just going to hint around it. Not going to go past this point because, because he tells you the whole Loosh story, and then he kind of like whitewashes it.
Backtracks the whole thing.
Backtracks it. Walks it back in one way or another. And it's like, wow.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
So, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm glad we were able to talk about that. Okay.
Taking the one that we had and moved it over in this other direction to find out what's happening to me or find out something so that I in turn could have some answers for me. So it was a very selfish motivation, and in the beginning it was nothing noble or wanting to help the world or humankind, not that at all. I needed the help. I had a company that could spend R&D funds to do this, and that's how it began. And a footnote, bear in mind that it took a full year after this first took place for me to finally come to the conclusion that this was real, that it was not a dream, that it was not an hallucination, that it actually took place. Because my left brain, my intellect, my analytical part of me had to be knowing this, not believing it. And it took not a great adventure or a great something that took place. It was an accumulation of one verification after another, again and again and again. And after a while I said, myself, my brain, my left brain, my total self had to say, yes, this is real. There's too much evidence. Never mind the world, but for me. Mm-hmm. And that's how it began.
Bob, after you began this this investigation into your own experiences, out of your own need to understand what was happening, out of that came HemiSync. Could you tell us how the information about the influence of these sound patterns with the kind of experience that you were researching, how did that connection get made for you?
Well, again, first and foremost, I was the prime subject. That we're going all the way back to when I was in New York and had offices in New York and had a house in Westchester County. And I secretly put a laboratory on our property in Westchester because New York somehow felt too noisy. So we had this R&D program built into a 25-acre place up in Westchester County. It started very simply. We already knew how to put people to sleep. So then it began to say, well, what is this and how are we doing this? And we started with a very sound scientific base of using sine waves that replicated the brain waves in the human mind, the human brain, to in turn induce this sleep. Well, it didn't take much more pattern searching to determine that if we adjusted those into areas that we had not looked at before, we would begin to find something else. And sure enough, we did. And it was all the way back there in 1960 that we first began to use what we have called in recent years frequency following response. And that's where that's different from HemiSync. It's different from a binaural beat type. This you can hear in open air. It doesn't require headphones to have maximum ability to listen to it. And we used that very, very broadly for a number of years. And then as life works out, we decided to move to Virginia because we were much in the ownership and operation of radio stations by that time. And we had a chance to buy a radio station in Richmond, and that was very specific. You can be very mystical about it, but I don't. It's fun to be mystical, but it's just plain point of fact. How did we get to Richmond? Very simple. My childhood was spent in Lexington, Kentucky, over here, and I wanted to be closer to the ocean because I loved the ocean. So I drew a latitude line over east, and it ran through Richmond, Virginia. And I thought, well, it would be nice to have a radio station in Richmond. We had 2 already in North Carolina down here, and that would be close by. Well, it would be, say, about 2 weeks after I drew that line on the map that went through Richmond, Virginia, that a broker called me and he says, Mr. Monroe, I have a radio station for sale in Richmond, Virginia. And so that's how we got to Virginia. We bought the station, closed down, and moved all of our offices, including the Research and Development Division. We moved it down to Richmond and set up a facility.
Yeah, that is the, he doesn't want to say it because he tries very, like I said, to be scientific about all this. But that's synchronicity right there. That's matrix synchronicity, right? He picks a spot, and then of course,
all of a sudden,
like Dean Radin when he opened up an office to do research into
that's
paranormal.
crazy story.
And the office behind his rental space has the exact equiment he needs with people that he can work with. And it's like he moved in next door.
Some matrix scripting right there, if I ever heard it.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. I also wanted to be just really quickly, Robert left a question on your channel, and just so everyone knows, and Dan, you can take a look at this too. YouTube has a new feature where you can, if you're in that studio area where you have the chat, remember I showed you where the go live button, that area, where you see top chat or live chat. I always have live chat active, but there's all the way at the bottom, there's a plus sign, and you can do a start Q&A. And what it does is it funnels in the questions. So then everything's kind of organized. So I don't know if you want to do that on your channel, and then we can kind of combine them or go back and forth after we go over the whole video.
All right. So I just switched it to live chat.
Okay. And then scroll all the way down. We see where the 200 characters is and says say something all the way. And then there's a plus button.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. So just type in a little message there and it'll activate. And if people want to ask questions, they can leave them there. So that way Robert could put his question there for you.
I clicked, I clicked start a Q&A. Is that right?
Yep. That's it. Yeah. And then just type a message, leave your questions in here or something. We'll try to get to as many as possible. All right. Well, Dan's doing that. We'll move along with the video.
In Richmond, Virginia. And that's how we got to Virginia. It was nothing magical and mystical. And you could say, oh, look at what happened. You drew the line and then this magic took place. The interesting part was that I probably had asked this same broker some time back.
Magic took place.
To look around, and he had found this. It wasn't that the coincidence was only maybe in time, but he had known about this station beforehand and simply called the owner, and the owner finally says, yes, I'll sell it. So it was very, very ordinary, nothing fancy. But as in terms of the hemisync process itself, the hemisync process didn't really take place until the 70s, and by that time we had moved over to Charlottesville, Virginia, and gotten into cable television, and that was the new thing to do as against radio stations. And we had, through an association with by that time I had accumulated about 8 or 9 different engineers and scientists and doctors in Virginia, and we, as a group, it was nothing, again, mystical or magical. We decided that would be the good way to do it, to create a binaural beat, and that's how hemisync was born. And that is, you know how it works, I'm sure. That's by setting one kind of signal, say 100 hertz signal in this ear, and then 104 hertz over here, and the differential, that 4 hertz, is synthesized by the mind, the brain. You can't hear it, it's too low in frequency to hear. But it is very effective to get that 4 hertz, which is a brainwave frequency, into the human mind.
Bob, Hemisync has been used.
Let's cut for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Good.
Yes. And we.
Hey, Mark, can you pause it there for a second?
Yeah, hold on.
You can even do
here. Okay, yep. Okay. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Okay. This is amazing because, and you'll see more cuts like this later in the interview. This is, the unedited interview with the stuff that was going on behind the scenes. Sometimes some of these people are speaking in Italian, because I think one of the interviewers or they may be somewhere from Italy. So I can actually understand them sometimes when they speak, if they're speaking clearly enough.
You know his name. One of the names is Guido.
Guido,
I
yeah.
swear to God, Guido Ferrari. I mean, come on. Anyways,
yeah.
go ahead.
And the other thing was Monroe is a great gift of everything, because he never wanted to connect this to. I think he understood that this was all what we consider supernatural, but I think in some way what he was saying was it's only supernatural because we're disconnected from it.
Exactly. Because
Because
there's nothing supernatural about it.
We're supernatural,
Yeah.
trapped in and removed from the supernatural as best as they can remove us from.
Yeah.
That's, I think, so there. And he says that it's not magic. It kind of is from a human perspective, but not when you understand that the magic. We're kind of magical, conscious beings. So.
Yeah, no, well said. I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's they love to minimize who and what we are and what we're capable of constantly. Like one of the cringiest things, like when I look back at it, is like learning in school, like, oh, you're just a speck of sand on the beach. You're just a little piece of shit sitting there. You're nothing. They love to minimize what we're capable of because, it's just veil after veil after veil. And then we're indoctrinated the whole time. And it's like, it strips us away of who and what we are. And then, of course, there's just the body in general. Anyways, we can rant forever about that.
It's the same psychology as an abusive relationship.
Yes.
The system here wants to keep you down by making you feel like you're less worthy, worthless. You need salvation from external sources. You can't do it yourself. Meanwhile, the entire time, the whole messaging is, you can just leave anytime you want.
Yeah.
We're not keeping you here. You're keeping yourself here. Yeah. We just talked you into having low self-esteem.
Low self-esteem and needle you along the way. By the way, Dan, have you repented to your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ lately?
Okay. Oh man, so many years of brainwashing I had to get rid of. All right, let's keep going.
Do a little tap dance there.
The instruction about females.
Yeah.
Whenever you see a female going like that, and she crosses her legs and goes there, what does she mean?
I don't
Think.
Bob, what is the usefulness of Hemisync in exploring different states of consciousness?
In exploring different states of consciousness, Hemisync, first of all, is tremendously valuable for one reason, and that is that it's not like a drug, it's not like a chemical. It is a sound, and as a sound, it in turn doesn't invade the body, as it were. It's not even like electrical stimulation, where you force the body to do things by electricity. What it also means is that the mind can accept it or reject it. In other words, it's not something that forces itself into you like this. It says here, and it is. So the applications are so broad that we really don't know all of them. We uncover new ones all the time. Let's take the extremes. You can use Hemisync to keep you awake. totally focused attention, wide awake and alert. And over here, you can put a person to sleep, into natural sleep. And the in between are all of these many, many different ways, different states of consciousness that Hemisync can be used to perform things. And let's go to the wake stage first of all. You can be super awake. Now, what do we mean by say super awake? Intense focus of attention, concentration, so that all of your attention is focused on, say, a book or something like this. And by that focusing, you achieve much greater retention and much greater understanding just as you do focus your attention. But this helps you do it to a degree perhaps that you've never been able to do before, that type of focusing of attention. Bang, like that. Now you can change that just a little bit by, in turn, again, using Hemisync, and then move into a physical pattern of stimulating physical activity. And that's why, again, focusing of attention on physical activity in sports, for example. And we have an application that we used in golf that the best example we know, the president of this national, state golf association sliced 11 strokes off his score just by using this. It's that kind of thing. But it is because it let him focus his attention on the physical activity. Then you move, and you can see something's taking place here, that you can then move that focus of attention in many different ways. It's great because you can take that whole skein of wakefulness and use it in a number of different ways. Then the next thing that importantly takes place is that you can shift that attention, that mind consciousness, into other types of states, all the way down, and you're not even asleep yet. So look at this. And there's all of these in between. And we have some very profound ones that we've developed that, mind you, you're not asleep, but you are awake.
Mark, can you pause it?
So we have a state that we can achieve.
Yeah. Okay. Until I heard this interview, I had never known that Hemisync sounds and music could be used for completely different things besides trying to get out of it.
Well, yeah, like concentration and all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
I've read all 3 of his books. I've seen other interviews with Robert Monroe. I never heard him say that before. I didn't know that you could use it for all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to it. Matter of fact, you can find his original Gateway program still on YouTube and playlist, because the Monroe Institute today isn't the same as
so corrupted. It's not even funny.
Yeah. So who knows? But the original with his voice and the sounds, when it starts off, you should be hearing me in your right ear.
Yeah,
if you're not listening to me in your right ear, turn your headphones around.
Flip 'em around.
Yeah. The whole science behind it, connecting your 2 separate hemispheres so that they kind of merge together, is fascinating. But I didn't know you could use it to be super awake.
There's all sorts of ones. I mean, I have a whole folder that talk about like that. It's all sorts of things. Like one of the ones I found most helpful, and it was on YouTube, I think, until recently, was there's a concentration one, but there's all sorts of different things. Like even William Bielman did I always think Bowman, but I think it's Bielman. Anyways, he's got obviously those great books about OBEs, but he even did a Monroe series to try and tap into your past lives, and it worked for me. There's all sorts of different things that they've put in there. I think it's all about what the script is that they're putting out there, if any. I mean, the concentration one, I don't think had any words. That's one that it's just pure tones. But it's there's a lot out there from them, and it's just kind of a matter of if you're willing to listen to them and give them a shot and take the time to go through it.
Yeah, I mean, you see all these different YouTube channels out there with music in different hertz, and they claim, this is the music for studying, this is the music for release your magical powers, and,
The
but
Lionsgate portal.
right. I mean, the only one I know for sure that was researched is his original Gateway program.
Yes.
And you can hear it when you're playing it, that there's like two sounds, and then there's like this sort of like third sound that your brain hears because the two different hertz together create like a third noise in the background.
Yeah, like one that can't even, it's because of them. It's not even coming from
the music. It's coming from your own mind.
Yeah. It's crazy to think about, isn't that? That is so insane.
Yeah, and then so that's the one I've listened to occasionally, but he seems to imply here that you kind of like the music it will react, the sound, this time he syncs sound is reacting to you, like you're controlling what it does to you. You're in control.
Intention, yeah.
Yeah. So for some reason, it's not helped me go out of body, but that could be because I'm doing something, or some part of me
distraction. Or
I don't know. Could be like my what do you call it? He mentions it later. He doesn't want to call it an oversoul. The total you maybe has some other idea because you have this like combined total you that you're kind of disconnected from. So, all right. I do have to take a quick break.
Oh, sure. Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute break. We're going over an hour anyway. So, all right. So we'll be right back. Hang in there, my friends. And thanks, Stan. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. Thanks, everybody. Okay, cool. All right.
answering. Might as well just say this since I was
Oh,
about to
hold on.
say.
We're not on. Yeah, hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just asking for her back. Make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, just as a reminder before we continue, this channel is for educational purposes only. Okay, Dan, what did you want to say?
Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope you find all this really interesting as we found it. And this Monroe thing is really fascinating to me. All right, let's keep going.
Oh yeah, and there's the guts of it is coming up.
Yeah, good
Okay.
stuff.
Yep. Okay, so let's move along.
Achieved by Hemsing that let your mind be awake and your body asleep. Now that means that the characteristics of your body, your physical body, are asleep. And this makes a very, very great discovery available to you. And that is that you don't need all that physical sensory input of your five senses to be awake, to be able to think, to be conscious. And that's a great, great discovery, because we always think we have to have all this physical sensory input in order to think. We don't need it. And that's a big discovery. And Hemsing lets you get there very easily to learn that important pattern. So that's an illustration. In between these things are various states of consciousness that say that let the psychiatrist or the analyst reach in and get into the various depths of that other part of that patient to find out what his problems are and let them surface, because he establishes different means of getting into them like that, but they're not the same as that strictly mind awake, body asleep. This Hemsing pattern will let you do that. So you can see the scope of I'm speaking. It's anything that the mind can do. Hemsing lets you help you do that by changing the focus of attention, the focus of consciousness. So then that's all the way up to what we call sleep. Obviously, the always important question is, well, what about this thing you were into called out-of-body state? Well, we know where that is too. That's beyond what we normally call sleep. It's beyond that.
Aquí. No, aspetta che verifico.
Got a problem?
Piano.
Did I kick it?
Je sais pas
No, no.
si sale il microfono se
No, no, no.
1, 2, 3.
So this portion, there's just some technical difficulties that they experience. I think something else I wanted to point out, and I think it's important to say this because I've heard this from multiple people. Can't prove it, and Dan, I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but I've heard that our good friends at Intelligence, and it to me it's clear that the Monroe Institute was infiltrated. I mean, it seems very obvious. At least I don't know if it started that way. Perhaps it did. Who knows? But from what I've heard, some people say that if you can get yourself, if you get a hand on some of the original Hemsing tapes, they're a little different than what is out there today. I have not been able to confirm that, but have you heard that at all?
It wouldn't surprise me. The gateway thing that's posted on YouTube literally says it's a CIA tape
Yeah.
set because it's not a secret. It's
It's
declassified.
right there. Yep. The
It's
gateway
declassified. It's not-
experience.
Yeah, gateway experience
Papers.
is not. They and obviously, everything I find every single company that comes out of Virginia is suspect in
Yeah, exactly. I
opinion.
mean, just the fact that it's out of
Yeah.
Virginia is, yeah, I mean, you could say, oh, it's just coincidence or this, that, but, why are so many of these things that pop up so close to like Langley or, I don't remember where, where are they? They're I don't remember where they're from, but near Richmond or something, right?
Richmond, yeah, it's
yeah.
close enough though.
Yeah.
It's just it could have had. They may have a different frequency or hertz. Some of the newer tapes, I don't
That's
know.
what I'm wondering. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to get my hands on some of the original ones and convert them to digital, and compare what's out there now to what was originally there. But good luck.
Yeah, there was the Gateway Experience on SoundCloud for a while, and then it disappeared. Now I found a version on YouTube, an entire playlist from Focus One all the way to Out of Body State and stuff like that. It seems legit. I mean, you can hear Monroe's voice. It's definitely his
Absolutely.
tapes. They could have been altered in the quality of sound.
Mhm.
Could have been altered. I
Yeah,
don't know.
and I mean, the other thing, I got to say, like, personally, I've had success with them. I mean, so I know other people have had success with them. So to me, they worked. As far as consistency goes, that's a whole nother beast entirely, but they did help, and I did achieve an OBE from it. Few of them, actually.
Look, the object of the reincarnation soul farm here isn't to prevent you from leaving if you're looking for the way out. I don't think if you're it's here to lure you to stay here, which he gets into later in amazing detail.
Yes.
Amazing detail. Let's keep going because I want to get to the really, really good stuff.
That's right.
We did not do nothing.
See, we're not the only ones with technical difficulties. Even Monroe had to deal with it.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Très bien, oui.
it's a forever thing.
Il doit répéter la phrase. Il le sait.
His bees are
you pick up
interfering.
just before
Oh,
where
yeah.
you left off, back up a little bit.
Yes. So you see, one of the things that begins to emerge here is through the use of these sound patterns, we can help, not force, the mind to get into these other ways of thinking, if you put it that way, these other ways of perceiving. And as I'm prone to say, that the whole concept that I found in Out of Body is past this wall we call sleep. Because we think of sleep as unconsciousness, and we have all these other forms of being unconscious, and sleep is the most common of those unconscious states. So what we're doing, utilizing this hemistick, is to let the individual have, for the first time, control over his consciousness. And in relation to that, one of the key things that we have found is that this can, once
Did you hear that, Bob? I mean, Mark.
the person learn
Yep.
this particular state, he
Hold
in
on,
turn
let me pause it here. Okay, sorry about that.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's that's the first time in this interview he mentions it. It's the individual gives the individual
Yep.
control over their consciousness, which what you really are is consciousness inside of a physical body.
Do you hear that, Dan? I hear truth bombs raining all up in this place.
Yeah. All right.
as if he can restore that at will. He can. He has a memory of it, and he can recall it. It's as if you can recall when you were, let's say, dancing in the dark, if you want, or whatever.
He's
that
Billy Idol. all of a
You
sudden.
can recall it, and there it is again. So if you have a given state created by Hemisync, you remember the effect, and you can be that again. Very important. So if you take that perspective, you can see that there is no limit, and steadily all the time there are various uses found for this different pattern, and there are multiple patterns. We're so far beyond just one little signal doing something. In our latest approach to it, what we had as one signal is now 7 signals, and we may have as many as 5 of those 1 signals that were 7, so we now have something like 35 different hemisync signal patterns on one application or one use. So we've gotten very deep into it. But the whole point that's so significant to us is what has emerged out of all of this. What has come out is that, first of all, because bear in mind that we have long ago gone past, quite naturally, because I demanded it, I needed the answers. So we went past this thing, this unconsciousness called sleep, to find out what was happening later on, where we are not getting too much signals from the physical body. What's happening out there? And there was an important thing came out of it, and that is that consciousness is a continuum. It does not stop when we lose consciousness here. If we are not conscious here, we are conscious there, whatever there is. I don't pretend to say what that definition of there is, but we are there. So that means very simply, when you go to sleep here, you don't lose consciousness, you just shift along the spectrum of consciousness to another kind of wakefulness.
I think that is so incredible right there, what he just said, because it's so true. I mean, it's you just shift to a different state. So kind of like what we were talking about earlier, you know, the whole supernatural thing or this, that. It's like we're condensed down to this very minimal perception of who and what we are and where we are. And here he is saying, like, you're just switching over. And it's really to your true self, or at least part of your true self. So
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's was it Rupert Sheldrake compared the human physical brain. He said it acts like a reducing valve to consciousness. This is way back when I was early on in my research, and I was like, well, you know, I don't know about anybody else, but I see that as a major problem. I don't want my consciousness reduced. I don't need a reducing valve. Why is it being reduced? Why is it being reduced? And so once you phase out of the body, he's talking about, you know, you're somewhere else. Monroe goes to extreme lengths, not to use words like spirit plane, astral plane, afterlife. He'll say it, but he has to say it in a non-religious, non-New Age way. He's trying to, you know, make sure he stays focused and as close to science, I guess, as he can.
Yeah, like when I look at Monroe, I kind of look at someone like Dr. Ian Stevenson, who did the work at the University of Virginia Division of Perceptual Studies, did all the work on reincarnation, and he was, you know, ruthless with trying to get things as close to scientific as possible, almost to a fault, because there were even cases that he put out there that had, in my opinion, had clear evidence exceedingly. And he even took those cases by the wayside and said, well, you know, there is this, but, you know, because, I mean, he admits that he was trying to get this information out into the mainstream and approved in the scientific community. And that's why he was so rigid with his research. And anyone who hasn't looked into it and needs kind of reassurance about reincarnation should definitely check him out. He's got incredible books, and there's a few lectures out there, and his work continues on. He's since passed, but you know, he was another one who just wanted to seek approval within the confines of the matrix control system that's out there. So,
yep. All right. Yep.
This is, and we in turn, with this consciousness, attempt to understand that phasing, that part of human consciousness at work there, and it's very difficult. So we try it and use dreams and all sorts of things to try and attempt to understand that consciousness, that being there, again, whatever there is. And out of that, saying that we don't know how far that spectrum of consciousness goes, that long band. It's endless, and we call that the interstate. In other words, here in the United States, we have they're not autobahns; they are freeways or interstate, which are these big highways that spread all over the country, and that's where you can go very fast and go great distances. So this is what we call consciousness, is traveling that spectrum of consciousness, is going interstate, which makes fun, of course. So I think if you begin to see that part of it, then an immediate basic came out of that whole thing there. And that is that, what are we doing? Well, you see, that's the important thing, is we let our left brain get into the act and say, what are we doing? We let our intellect, not just our imagination, but our intellect get in and say, what are we doing? Well, we finally got around to thinking we have a pretty good way of defining, of stating what we're doing. And that is that we as humans, and let's take the simple ratio of here we are now, and we are focused our attention in time-space, and we are very much, say, if you were watching this particular film, you would be focused your attention here. And that is that type of phasing. We are in phase with time-space. Now, if you don't look away from the TV or something,
we're in a phase of BS. That's what we're in a phase of.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, Mark. We're in a phase of BS, all right. The thing that he's getting to here, though, is that while you're focused here, you can't really see anything else.
No.
I think you
have to really work for it. To
get
glimpses. They just get little glimpses.
He mentioned it before, and I wanted to point out. He said he really had to know.
Yes,
he really
I love how you brought that up.
He really wanted to know. Now, this is something that I always had. To me, look, there can be no other greater question. You're only here for a short time, right? It's very short. You have to take advantage of every moment as long as you can to figure this out. You only have a short time. It kind of reminds me of there was an original Star Trek episode called Arena, where Kirk was trapped in the famous episode where he's battling the Gorn, that reptilian thing. And those overlords or aliens that put him there, that almost seemed like they were divine or like gods. They said, everything you need to get out is here. Yeah. But you have to find it before you run out of time. Right? Exactly. The thing is that, I know a lot of people that tell me that they don't want to know.
Same here.
They don't want to.
No,
which is,
to me, is comfortable with it. Yeah. No,
I think that later when he gets into the addiction part, I think that explains that.
Absolutely. And that's something we talked about in the past too. I mean, I think the addiction to the sensory experience is massive. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then if you think about that, and then kind of, okay, what's the best thing going in the Matrix? At least the Earth part of the Matrix. It's love. Mm-hmm. It's happiness. It's joy. And well, what do most people experience right out the gate when they leave? The freaking light. Filled with love, over, a sensory bombardment, love, happiness, and then they feel like it's home and all that. So talk about the perfect con job. It's ushering people in to take advantage of the addiction to the sensory experience. And it's providing it, how many times have we heard at NDEs? It's the most love they've ever felt. More than, like a mother will say, than the birth of their own child. On and on. You take any love that you've had here on Earth, multiply it by 1,000, 10,000, a million, it doesn't matter. It cannot compare to what's here. So why is that perfect setup there? It can only be one reason: to further lure us in and not allow us to assert our sovereignty.
Yeah, absolutely. And so while we're here, I don't know. To me, it's the most important question. What
Yeah,
happens after?
so important.
What do I
Yeah.
do after? If we figure out there's an afterlife, what's it really about, and what do I do?
Yeah.
Um, I don't understand how that can't be the most important question. But to some people, it's like, nah, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, they also there's like a whole nother component to it too, like where you have people who like it's because they may want to know, but then like the Matrix provides easy answers, right? It provides religion and all these different things, and then it squashes on them, making them work 40, 50, 60 hours a week. They got, then if you have children, you got to take care of children, and you're married, you got to help your wife or your husband or whatever. I mean, and on and on. And you got to get groceries. You got to pay the bills. You got to fill your car with gas. I mean, endless distractions. So it's really like the perfect storm to let people to be lazy and not continue to ask questions.
Yeah, it took me decades to figure this out, and I wanted the answer.
Yeah.
I wanted the information.
Exactly.
And it still took me decades, and I had to wrestle with cognitive dissonance, indoctrination, brainwashing, programming from, all kinds of sources. And it still took decades wanting the answer, struggling, working to get it.
So true, man. Yeah, it's a battle out there. It's a total battle, and I really think only the strongest survive and really make it out of it in the end to see this world truly for what it is, and the whole system outside of here too. I mean, and we only have little bits and pieces of what's going on out there, but what we do see is alarming as all hell, and it links to here. So that should be a concern for everyone.
Yeah, who wants to get a job in the afterlife? You get some people who get jobs in the afterlife.
Christ.
You want to work at diner on the astral plane?
Yeah. What'll it be, sweetie?
All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
Something, and are thinking about what you will do tomorrow morning when you get up, you are a little bit out of phase because you're not concerned with this here now. You are thinking and doing nothing but thinking. And when you do that, then you're a little bit out of phase with time-space. So you can get the patterns of phase relationships. You're still here, and your consciousness is not only here in your physical self, but you're a little bit out of phase. And as you do this a little bit more, you get beyond inattention. You have what we call daydreams. So you are focused very much in your mind here, but your body's here, and you know your body's here, and you know you're still in time-space. And so there is a phase relationship. Say 60% of you is still in your physical consciousness, and 40%'s over here daydreaming somewhere. And if you move it a little bit more, you get into such things as out of control phasing that are caused by alcohol, for example, and you're drunk, or drugs and you're all on some drug high, and it's all uncontrolled, though. It's tremendously uncontrolled, and you can't start it and stop it, but you're out of control, but you're out of phase. So you are perceiving two things at once: the out of control stuff here, and you have physical matter. And there begins the other very serious question, is that the person who has dementia or some form of psychosis is in a dual phase relationship and cannot differentiate between the time-space physical phasing and this other that he perceives. So he sees little men and he hears voices and all kinds of things that are coming to him from this other phase relationship, and he can't explain them. And so he tries to mix the two to the degree that they are both the same thing when they're really not the same thing. So he goes into a mental hospital, or they give him drugs like beta blockers to stop this other phasing. So if you think of that moving onward out through there, you can see what I mean by phasing.
You gotta love how they call them beta blockers.
Yeah, right. There was a comedian years ago, and I don't remember who it was. It may have been George Carlin or somebody. He was asking the question in one of his skits. He said, "What if, you're walking down a city street and you see some person looks crazy. They're talking to themselves. Of course, back then there were no earbuds, so sometimes you see somebody they're not talking to themselves anymore. They're on the phone with somebody. But back then, if you saw somebody talking to themselves,
you knew."
And he said, "What if he had like this part of a conversation he played out, and whoever the comedian was, and then he said, what if there's another person in another city walking, looking crazy, but they're the other side of that conversation?"
It does sound like Carlin.
Yeah, it could have been him. The thing is, I've always thought if somebody's hearing something, if they have a mental thing, maybe it's actually coming from somewhere. Maybe they're actually tuned into some other dimension and they're hearing it.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, and I'd love to kind of expand on that, but that's like one of the areas. Let's just say, like, have you seen any of the work from Jerry Marzinski?
Oh,
about he's a guy.
Name. Yeah.
He spent time. Okay, so basically, he got an education, ended up becoming a therapist, worked in one of the oldest insane asylums in the country at the time. And I think he worked there, don't quote me on this, but it was something about like he worked there in an ER for about 10 years and then moved to the prison complex. And essentially, he was working with schizophrenic patients and deemed that the entities that they were dealing with were in fact real.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Really fascinating stuff. And there's others out there too. I mean, there's a whole network of therapists and doctors that talk about this stuff. So, it's like we're kind of like walking on eggshells with this one here. But,
right.
There's I think the website is hearingvoices.org or something like that. And there's a lot of information there. So if there's anyone out there that may be going through that, feel free to check it out. And then the Marzinski interviews, I did have to remove them from here, but they are available on Odyssey and I believe Rumble. But I know on Odyssey they're easy to find. Actually, no, I think they're only available on Odyssey now that I think about it because I sync the channel there. But anyways, there's a few interviews there with him, and we go over that. And there's just incredible stories. I'll leave you with one before we continue, Dan. But there's a fascinating case of a guy who was down on his luck, addicted to, I think it was meth or something like that, and all of a sudden the voices said, "Hey, go up." It was like somewhere in Los Angeles or something. Go up this hill, hike up this hill. And you're going to be rewarded. So what does he do? He goes up the hill, finds an entire field of weed and ends up picking it all, selling it, living like a rock star for months. Of course, he blows through all the money and shit hits the fan and his life's a mess again. But yeah, it's incredible. I mean, why would that happen? They literally told him where to go. Go down here, go up the hill, bag it all, take it, sell it. You live high life for a while, and then, hell starts all over again. It's
sure.
It's one example.
We have amnesia, so we're kind of like naive because of the amnesia. All you know is your current human existence, at least most people. Some people remember in between lives. Some people remember past lives, but most people, they live in this life. It's the only thing they know. And we know that in the spirit realm, it's no different than here. There's good beings and there's bad beings. And if some of these bad beings figure out you can hear them, they might tell you to do all kinds of crazy nonsense.
Absolutely.
Or just to have fun with you because you're like
a puppet, a little puppet on the puppet strings.
Sure, it's just like when you go into a big city like New York, and you're going to run into people that if they figure out, they can tell just by probably looking at you. Oh, he's an out of towner, or he or she doesn't know
How to
what's
get to
going
the
on.
subway.
We can take advantage of this person. It's easy to manipulate them. They're gullible, whatever.
Huge.
Yep. So,
And it's so funny you mentioned that. I'll add one more story from Jerry that stood out like a sore thumb. There was one he talked about. He was dealing with a prisoner, came in with, a lot of schizophrenic issues. He was on medication, and Jerry was trying to help him through it. And everything, again, like we were talking about today, and everything is about intention and what your direction is in life. And, are you going to help yourself or do what's right for you and realize your true power, or are you going to allow to be walked over? And so this one case, he had a prisoner who was in there, and he met with him every week, sometimes multiple times a week, if I recall. And Jerry said, do you want to get rid of these damn things? And the guy's like, yeah, doc, I want to get rid of them, blah, blah, blah. And so he starts working with them over time and gets to a point where, Jerry's like, okay, you just got to tell them to go the F away. Get out of here. You're not welcome here anymore. Now, mind you, he'd been dealing with this for, I think, a few decades. Okay. So finally, he gets rid of the voices, comes back afterwards, tells Jerry, just, oh, that's great. That's great. Okay. And does follow-ups the next week, no problem. Does follow-ups the second week, comes in, and the patient says, oh, he's like, I can't deal with the silence. It's so deafening. I can't deal with it. So he was used to being messed with and hearing these voices, and he got lonely. And add to it that he's in prison, I'm sure it's even worse. If he's socially isolating himself, who knows what's going on, right? And he said in his words that he invited them back. So he voluntarily opened the channel right back up, and then boom, shit hit the fan all over again, and they were back. So right there, it showed that he had the power to get rid of them, did it, and then got so, everything, the silence was deafening that he invites him back, and then he's right back where he was.
Yeah, we're so capable of so much, and they keep telling you that, oh, you need external help, you can't save yourself. It's the constant message, but you can. Let's get
wild.
Let's get going. Get to the good stuff.
Absolutely. I just want to thank Ken Albert for joining the Last Timers Club. I appreciate you, my friend. He also said a super chat. Thank you so much. And Lauren says, love you, Mark and Dan. You are greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your super chat as well.
Thanks for tuning
in. Yeah. All right. Let's move along here.
I can probably take a piece of paper and say, this, for example, is a phase relationship, and that's totally focused. Can you see it on the camera there? That's pretty good, isn't it? You don't have to focus it tight, but just get the angle. Now, as I turn this is moving slightly out of phase. So you have difficulty seeing the print more and more until this way it's very narrow. You could not even define what that is. It's just a line there. And if you're trying to read this, you're having great difficulty because you can't even see it at all now. Now you're seeing another type of something. You're seeing not this, but something else. So you're completely out of phase with time-space. So it's that type of thing. These are ratios, and everything is ratio in terms of consciousness. The interesting part, of course, is that we have certain fascinating things. And that is that when there comes a point we all face, there are certain things like death and taxes we always have to face. Well, one of them we have is facing physical death, and that means that this tuning device that we have called a physical body doesn't work anymore. So we have to phase out of it, and we're completely out of phase, and this doesn't work, so we are totally there again. Our consciousness is not dependent upon this. It's over there. And being over there is, again, a reality. And this is the thing that you begin to understand the more you get into this, that there is other realities which this mind that we have, this human state, can be conscious over in these other areas. And you can learn and do this long before you're forced to drop this physical body and go on. You can go play there.
What
Have a
is
lot of fun.
what is the
Yes.
significance, Bob, of this ability that you've proven that we have to contact these other realities or other phases?
I think the most important thing, first of all, is to understand these ratios, so that we can begin to just like we do with all of our physical sciences, classify plants, biological sciences, begin to classify these other states of consciousness as to what they really are and explore them. Why do that? The first and foremost thing certainly comes out that we around here have long gotten to the stage that we know we are more than our physical body. What does that mean? That means that it doesn't make any difference what you do here, whatever you do. And this is contrary to a lot of belief systems, no doubt about that. But whatever you do, your performance, your behavior here, doesn't mean whether you're going to exist or non-exist after you die physically. You can be a wonderful saint, or you can be the cruelest person you can think of, but you're still going to survive physical death. That's an automatic thing. And this process lets you begin to know that. Not believe it, but know it. And there's a great difference between believing and knowing, a huge difference. You can listen to me and say,
Okay, I think it's really important to point out that there's a difference between believing and knowing. But Dan, why did he put what he put in the second book about Lush? Why did he talk about all those journeys? And later on, he kind of talks about how he was continuing to ask the questions like, why am I here? What is this purpose of all this? Blah, blah. And then, he reverses, we saw it in the book, but we see it even in this interview, how he reverses himself, goes against what he says. There's a difference between knowing and, believing. Yeah. So he goes against his own rule.
Yeah, it's either something keeps him from going too far because of the effect it can have on a great number of people, or actually, I think the reason is the same thing that stops most people from seeing what later becomes obvious is cognitive dissonance. Mm-hmm. If you could, get rid of cognitive dissonance in the human being, then you would not be able to hold opposing ideas in your head. Your mind would have to resolve it. You couldn't get away with what we get away with. None of the bullshit that goes on in the world would continue without cognitive dissonance. You couldn't have people showing you information that counters what you believe and then just figure out a way. It's kind of like when you watch a materialist and a religious person debate.
Yep.
They both have certain things that are clearly wrong, because the materialist really can't debate the religious person, because at least the religious person acknowledges the afterlife and has, if they're good at their information, they can even pull from some good source material to show that it's not just a theory. There's a lot of evidence to support it.
Something to back it up.
And the materialist has great unemotional attachment to the religious stuff, so he can see through the BS crystal clear like a lens, but he or she cannot offer any good argument that at least counters the spiritual part, because they just brush it away. They claim it doesn't exist. So you end up with two people with two flaws in their arguments, debating each other endlessly, and neither one of them will acknowledge the problem with their own philosophies or cosmology. So So they end up of course nobody ever wins the debates.
It's a
I
lose-lose
watched many of
situation.
them. It's a waste of time in the end to watch them because nobody ever wins. Nobody, the famous one is Ken Ham and Bill Nye. Those two
Yeah,
guys went
God.
at it for over an hour and a half,
No.
2 hours maybe. It was a long debate. Um, I watched that one, and that's the first time I caught on to like, wait a minute, and then I realized I was doing that. I
Yeah.
was injecting, trying to float, trying to find reasons to float. What's going on? I mean, and I should have known better, but I didn't.
Dude, I can relate. I mean, I used to connect with a lot of Christopher Hitchens stuff, right? And he dropped mad truth bombs, lots and lots of truth, but at the same time, he was all about kind of disconnecting the spiritual self, the essence self, because of what he pointed out. But yeah, I mean, there's always these figureheads that the Matrix kind of props up, and we look up to, we listen to, and if you don't continue to move on and listen and research other things and keep an open mind every step of the way, it's so easy to just fall right into things,
Yeah, yep. And we're about to get to the reason we're here, right?
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
We're very, very close. Yep.
I believe you. But if I give you the tools so that you can find this out and say, oh yes, now I know it, think of the wonderful freedom that it would give you to know that you survived death. Not believe it, but know it. Look how that would affect your life, that if you know that you survived physical death. This is one of the things that's very common in the use of Hemisync. Eventually, people get to that knowing stage. They know that they survived physical death. It's great stuff. Because that lets you play here, that lets you live that much more fully, simply because that thing that's controlled you so much in your life, the fear of death, no longer exists.
Bob, given what you've been saying, what is the purpose of our playing here? What are we here for?
Well, that's absurdly easy. And I say absurd because it's so apparent once you begin to look at it with what I call a different overview, from another perspective. Look at it. It's best described as you come here as a vortex of energy, and I might add as an alien to this Earth life system. You don't belong here, so you try to change it. Humans try to change it. They don't like the way trees are planted, so they plant them in rows when this system says do it this way, and they want it a nice way. That's typical.
Okay.
That was okay. Yeah, I've always felt like an alien here. To be honest,
Same
with you.
here.
Even as a little kid, I was like, "There's something really wrong."
Yep.
I don't, there's something not right here. I was always looking or imagining technology that I wouldn't have seen when I was little. For 30, 40 years later, I felt like I was completely out of place here. I felt like this was just wrong. Okay, and yeah, you do want to change it, right? You get into that phase where you think, oh, if we could just, but when you realize that everybody is an individual and they all have their own nuance, free will,
yeah.
and everybody, no matter what hive mind collective people have joined, even in that hive mind, they can't completely crush the individual.
Exactly.
Everybody has their own nuanced cosmology in their head. Because, there's 1.8 billion, almost 2 billion Catholics or Christians in the world, different denominations, and they all have these groups, and they different churches they belong to, different sects, different denominations. And even within those, while they're all together in that group, each one person will have some different nuanced view of their hive mind programming, and then you get into the more far off stuff like like Mark Passio and the anarchy movement. You're never going to fix this place because
Never.
it's not broken.
No,
It's
it's running
working.
the way it's supposed to work.
It's working exactly as intended. So what is there to fix? What you're really trying to do is break it.
Thank you.
You're trying to break it. You can't break it because you're just one individual.
Yeah.
We're not one with everything. That is a bunch of BS. Everything here tries to destroy your individuality.
Yep.
Even on the internet, when it first came out, it was really magical. It was like you really had to go, if you wanted to find something different, you had to go to this website and you had to go to that website, and people started posting their own websites, and there was no collective thing that if you want to post a video, you go here. If you want to, there was none of that. It was just like different
just
blogs.
a free for all. Yeah.
It was a free for all. It was a free for all. And that was, even though it was slower until like the very, very end of the 90s, it was incredibly slow with dial-up connection, but it was way more diverse and way more wild than it is now. If you were looking for UFO information,
it's there.
There was 1,000 different websites with 1,000 different pieces of information and all this wild stuff. I mean, the first thing I did when was UFOs. I was super into UFOs, and there was an old manual search engine. Search engines didn't have even algorithms back then. People collected websites.
Exactly.
Like
remember, like what they would do, the links at the bottom. You would join like a network. I forgot what they were called, but like at the bottom of every website, if you joined it, like it would like, oh, okay, well, you've seen this website. Do you want to check out this next website? And sometimes it would just be random or something, like similar topic, but no algorithms. They just didn't exist. And I forgot what they called them.
UFO Seek was a website that simply listed different websites about UFOs. And now, see, now it slowly started after the 2000s, massive removal of individual things and just collectively combine them into these big hubs.
Yep. Facebook,
YouTube, all these other places.
No, even just like things like MUFON. You're talking about UFOs. I mean, MUFON is a prime example of that. They're everywhere, but they're in different states, but they're, Christ. I mean, they've got a shady past that roots back to the beginning. and yet they are like the go-to for a lot of people.
Yeah, so it was almost like everything always tries to disintegrate the separateness and combine it with something.
Yep.
And that weakens the separate being, because it's now giving off its energy to this group. And the more mob mentality it has, the less individual thinking is going on.
Yes.
And then you get this gestalt, it's like the Borg, right? Like the Borg, right?
What we're in right now.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. So,
I mean, it's a perfect example of it.
Yeah. So he, Monroe here is trying to say that he's going to get into it now, but let's he's about to.
I just want to add one thing before we kind of go into this, like, and it's so, I think, important what you brought up at the beginning of what we were just right before when we started talking in this segment. There's not a lot, but there's a number out there who think that, oh, I know I can go and fight this system and take it down, and when I die, I'm gonna seek revenge, and I know its exploits and this and that. And this is something. Look, when I started looking into the whole soul trap thing and getting kind of more infuriated and saying, yeah, there's got to be a way to do something to stop this. And I was on that train. I'm not denying it. I think it's natural
Me too.
to
Me
to
too.
be there, right? I mean,
Yeah, me too.
but I think it has to be said that, you know, the amount of risk being calculated in something like that is off the charts, because what does the Matrix prove to us over and over and over again? That it will take. So if Dan, you and I think that we can ride off into the astral and take this whole damn thing down, what's the Matrix going to do? It's going to provide that illusion right for us. It's going to lay it out.
Yeah, it's going to offer you. It won't deliver, but it will offer you the possibility to, you know, get what you want. And it doesn't have to deliver, because it's
False
like in the
perception.
in the end, the Matrix could always say, yeah, what do you mean? We didn't hold anybody prisoner here. Everybody leave anytime they want.
Yeah, and once they memory wipe you, you know, again, if like you're fighting with the illusion, you get memory wiped, you're not going to know any different anyways. No. And there are people who think that they're on their high horse and that they're going to be able to fight against your free will, my free will, everyone in the chat's free will. The whole Matrix is free will, and just, oh, it's weak, I'm just going to take it down. In one of his epic rants.
When I used to watch some of the Mark Passio stuff, in one of his epic rants, I remember specifically he said something to the effect of he didn't care how many times he had to reincarnate. That he was willing to do it. He didn't care how many. And I'm like, wow, okay. And that's the first time I thought, wait a minute, what if it's not broken? There's nothing to fix.
It's running the way it's supposed to be. And for us to think that we can, like, you have a whole Matrix system, just this part of the Matrix, just the Earth part, under this illusion and deception and all this, and they are here, they've got their free will, and some of them are asking questions, and many are not. And then you add to it the whole astral layers and all of everything going on there with the soul groups, the soul classes, you know, the so-called ascended masters, and on and on and on and on and on, and all the different realms that are kind of linked to this whole overall system. To think that you can ride in on your high horse and just swoop it all down, violate everyone's free will, and fix everything with the snap of a finger. I'm sorry. Like, I get the righteous anger. I get the part where you want to fix things, but I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen.
Huge revelation there from Robert Monroe, where he says people are like alien to this world when they come here and they want to try to change it, but you can't.
Exactly. No, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I know. We kind of went off there a bit, but thought it was okay. Yeah. Here we go.
Typical of humankind. But why do we come to this thing we call the earth and live on earth and be human? Very, very fascinating but obvious answer. And the more you look at it, the more obvious it becomes to you. And that is that you came here to learn. Now, what did you come to learn? These are nice, neat questions.
There it is.
What did you come to learn? You came to learn a measurement system. This is a system of opposites, of polarities, and we quickly give them labels like positive and negative, good, bad, these kinds of things. We learn this measurement system, very important. We learn it, the system of measurement, and a great system of measurement that we learn is pain, pleasure, and we know how in the world could you know pleasure if you didn't know pain? The most boring thing that you could do is have a very even life with no pain or no pleasure. You couldn't stand it. You've got to have these, and we search for those pain and pleasure things. We go out of our way to do it. So if you think in terms of the whole concept of living here to learn measurements, now that's the first. The second is very interesting, is that you learn to manipulate energy. I move my arms like this, my hands, I move my eyes and so on. I'm manipulating energy to do that. That's a use of 5 or 6 types of energy that let me move my arm. And we learn these very automatically. And I can tell you from deep personal experience that that simple ability that we take so much for granted of learning to manipulate energy is incredibly valuable in other energy systems. You'd be amazed how much value that we think are ordinary things. Keeping your balance, for example. We automatically learn how to stay balanced in this gravitic pattern. But over there, it's wonderful. You can use these kinds of things. So these are the two key things, but the most important thing of all. We come here to learn and acquire an intellect. It's strange.
Okay, so Dan, I mean, what do you think about that, right? I mean, we've come to acquire an intellect. I mean, again, if we're these all-powerful creator beings, we're memory wiped every time, how can we learn? I'd like to, I mean, again, like...
If it was an actual school where it was designed simply as a learning experience, you would come here, experience the material plane, the pain, the pleasure, all this other stuff, and in one lifetime you'd be done.
Yeah, or you can leave whenever you want. Like,
or you
even
can
if
leave
you want
whenever-
to,
you should. Yeah, if it was an actual school, not only would you be able to experience a lifetime here, you should be at will at night instead of going off into non-lucid dream states. If your sleep cycle was actually beneficial, you would do exactly what a school would do. You don't go to school, any kind of school, even though schools are just indoctrination camps. If a school was legitimate, like you go there to learn things, like maybe the best kind of a school would be like a trade school, right? Where you actually go to learn something, like maybe how to work on a car,
mechanic,
or how to paint or something. So how does the school actually work? Well, you don't stay there 24 hours a day, right? You go to school for like 8 hours, and then you have your off time where you go home and play and do whatever. If this was a legit school, you would experience human existence perhaps during the waking hours, and then when your body needed its sleeping cycle, you would then return to your where astral or beyond the astral to the afterlife area, where you could play and relax. And no, you got to go back in the morning to start the physical part all over again, and you may have this day or bad day or this. You could learn all this stuff, and you wouldn't have to have amnesia, right? This whole thing that it's a schooling measurements. I think Robert Monroe here is using cognitive dissonance to try to explain away the tremendous suffering and evil that goes on here.
Thank you.
Tremendous, horrific, if you actually think about some of the things that go on here.
And a lot of people kind of discount that. Not a lot of people, but there's a whole portion, because, you know, if you grow up in the Western hemisphere, I mean, you've got, you know, you've most likely got the bare necessities, right, of what you need for day-to-day life. But, you know, you throw in North Korea, India, China, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And yet, for some reason, just because I can pay the electric bill and go to work and maybe still make minimum wage, I mean, I could still put food on the table and this and that. But, I mean, all of that other stuff just, you know, is thrown by the wayside. One of the biggest things that always was like in the back of my head, like as a child, I'm sure you saw these too. Like, just think about like the Feed the Children commercials. Remember those infomercials that would go on for like 10, 20, 30 minutes at night? And they would show these bare bone children, like, you know, like they're dying, you know, like, I mean,
remember Sam Kinison?
Sam where the food is? Send him a U-Haul truck.
remember he said, what about the cameraman? He's only 10 feet away. Doesn't he have a Snickers
Oh,
bar in
dude.
him or something? I mean, he would bring up the insane. But yeah, here's the thing. If you're in that level of suffering, all you can think about is your basic survival. You don't have time to think about anything else. If you're not in that level of suffering and you're removed from it, then you go into this mode where it's you no longer perceive it. You
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, you may empathize.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'll send him some money, but you're not really thinking about what's really going on. And then you have all the criminal stuff beyond that is just like beyond horrific, and stuff like that. And the violations of human rights, or just like actually not even human rights, they're just rights that sentient beings have, that are violated. But see, that's the trick. You knew where you were getting. It's like the airplane movie. They knew what they were getting into. I say, let them crash. Remember that line?
Yes. Oh man.
Well, I mean, as far as the Matrix is concerned, as Bob wrote in his books, the gatekeeper there, he kind of gives you the terms of service. You have to agree. I mean, they knew what they were getting into. We told them we were going to give them amnesia. Yeah. I mean, he also later references where he came from originally, which was incredibly benign but boring place in some reality where he just was so damn bored that he left to explore.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, he openly admits it that, like, hey, okay, I've been here. All right. What else can I do? What else? Yeah. I mean,
I'm sure that most people incarnate here for the first time because they have no idea what they're really getting into.
Sure. Yeah. And then you get stuck. That's it.
Non-gendered, conscious beings that are just completely whole come and enter the Earth incarnation cycle because they have no clue what they're really getting into.
Exactly.
Even though they're told.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like I talked about before, like how if like you don't know what pain and suffering and even like something like love and happiness and joy, if you don't know what those things are, then you would kind of be at the gate saying, okay, well, sign me up. I'm here, I'm an eternal being and I can get lost for a little while and not realize I'm an eternal being. But then you have all the horror shows that come with it. But if you don't know what those horrors are because you've never experienced them, then, well,
right. It's an intellectual exercise where you don't comprehend what's really happening. It's like you can sit down and play Call of Duty, right? Or a first person shooter game or something like that, and you're playing Call of Duty, and you're playing as this avatar in the middle of a horrific battlefield, and people are constantly getting killed and then recycling and respawning, and you're detached because you intellectually understand what's happening, but you're not really connected to what physically would be happening if you were
in that for real. Yeah, no, that's a great point. Great comparison.
So a lot of beings, a lot of conscious entities, spirits or souls, for lack of a better word, they see Earth, they understand intellectually what's going on here, but they don't have any idea what it's, they can't, if you've never been a human, which Monroe has met beings that have never been human, he tries to explain what it's like to live on Earth as a human, and they're like, wow, that sounds crazy, or that's wild. They don't understand it. They kind of like, on the other hand, when we do get out of here, we're like, gotta be, there has to be, I know we focus on the negative, but there has to be a positive end to this for you and as an individual, because when you get out of here, you'll never be taken in by a system
again.
Like this. And you also have probably an immense increase in your conscious powers as a conscious entity, because you have endured this for who knows how long, and it's like the school of hard knocks, or
Yeah, no, I love that, Dan.
You know, you have learned. They
Yeah.
do. It is, you know, but it's not the way. It was never meant for your benefit.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you really nailed it home right there. And it's something that it's the only lesson, right? The only lesson is to make sure that you never exchange your essence, your memories for experience. First,
Right.
like, you know, if you want to go, like, again, like, there's no doubt in my mind that there are good realms out there. There's good entities. We know they exist. We're sitting all here today that there's a bunch of good beings here today, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
it's not all negative, but at the same time, the lesson that really comes out of all of this is to never allow yourself to get caught up in something that requires even 0.001% of your essence, your memories of your being, your whatever the case may be,
Yeah, you know,
in exchange for experience.
No more surrendering your knowledge of who you actually are
Yes.
in exchange for. I can understand as a noob coming here, you're like, oh, you know, how, because they can say to you, well, how would you really know what it's like to be immortal?
Yeah.
When you're immortal, we're going to make sure that you forget that part so that you are terrified of death.
Okay, Dan,
So-
can you sign the consent form right here?
Yeah, exactly. Just sign right here. Sign terms of service. Not you. Remember, you can opt out anytime you want.
Oh, yeah.
If you remember or you figure it out. We
Then
left
we'll
you
have
all
the-
the clues. We left you the clues. All you have to do is, you know, find them. A la Kirk in the Arena episode.
And don't worry about that white light. It's okay. It's your friend.
It wasn't even a fair fight in that episode. Just to say, the Gorn had, you know, all you do is catch Kirk and kill him with his bare claws. Kirk had to figure out how to make gunpowder from debris that was scattered around the planet. I mean, that's, he had to figure it out. You know? That was not really fair. That was not a fair fight.
No. Yeah. You gotta
But that
scrimp
is
and
the-
save.
But they did give him the way out. They gave him the way. That's what they did here. It's not going to be fair, but we did give you the way.
Yes.
So.
All right. That was great.
And intellect. We acquire, intelligence is not enough of the word, and intellect and analytical ability. We come here to learn that. We use the metaphor left brain. We learn to acquire a left brain by living here and being here. That's the real valuable tool that we come and pick up. So you think that combination puts together a being that is a super being, and that's true, except a terrible thing happens, as they say, on the way to the store. We think we come and learn this, and we think we will go and take off and go back where we came from. And with all of this, intercut.
There's just another brief adjustment here.
Oh, probably.
By
Like they're having a cigarette break.
Italian?
Yeah,
Italian,
I don't blame him.
But I can very well your editor.
There's Guido.
Guido Ferrari.
Exists in Italian.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Edizioni Mediterranee.
You can hear his thick Italian accent there.
Oh, I'm glad
You think
to
you
know
could
that,
smoke at the
because
Monroe
I
Institute
was
these
talking
days?
with an Italian
No.
participant
They don't
They're all-
let-
here for Gateway
Everybody but
Voyage
Guido's
about 2
smoking.
weeks ago,
Yeah.
who
Well,
was
Guido's the
so eager to
saint.
get the other books translated into Italian. He was going to look for the editor
Yeah.
and try and make an appointment with him.
Yeah, okay.
Guardano la Guido.
If it is necessary, if you agree, I can give you this address. Yes.
All right, sure.
In Italy, yes. And I know also an Italian parapsychology
Mm-hmm.
who made a research about out-body experience, but not in your form.
Mm-hmm.
She made just an empirical with interviews. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How many people has
Well,
this kind of interview? In which form? And so,
The last-
like Mr. Carlis Osis in
Yes,
New
I know
York.
Carlis,
Yes.
mhm.
Yes. And
I just want to say, like, you can't even get into the Monroe Institute without getting one of those things jammed up your nose, you know, and having
really?
it clean. Yeah, yep. And for quite a while, like, you had to have the other, that other thing,
Oh, wow.
and just to get on the campus. And
Wow.
you had to show your papers, Dan.
I'll just use my headphones and play stuff from YouTube videos.
Exactly. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
really, you're gonna blow $2,300 for 4 days, 5 days.
No, thanks. I'll just use, like I said, there's plenty of Hemi-Sync music on the internet. Just play around with it.
I know him very well, and last year I met with him. I met a film about reincarnation, and so I met Jan Stevens in Bologna, in Italy. He was there, and he's a very interesting man.
Very interesting.
Very kind. And I know also very well, I could say, Miss Kubler-Ross.
Oh yes.
I met 3 films with
He's going to
Elizabeth, yes.
visit Elizabeth.
That's
on
what I
Saturday.
hear.
Yeah.
Well, you will just be in another part of Virginia.
Clear. Clear.
It was a clear night. It was dark but clear.
And then I saw Cari.
Shouldn't be much
Swear.
longer.
I said, wait a minute.
We'll be right back at the interview.
Mark, can you
It wasn't
I'm
his
gonna
decision.
go to
He
the-
just pulled.
Yeah, you want to take a 5-minute break?
Oh, we don't have to take. I mean, if you want to, if Ed, you want to, it's up to you.
I can go. Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Actually, we're at like 2 hours and 20 minutes. So
Okay.
yeah,
thanks.
we'll just take a quick one and then we'll be right back. And just shoot me a message in the private chat there when you're back.
Okay,
do
I
the
won't be
same.
long. I won't be long. So
right.
it don't need 5 minutes.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. Bye. More to come, my friends. A lot more to come. Okay, my friends. We are going to be coming back sooner. So, welcome back. I'm going to just go over a few things. And just as a reminder, this channel is for educational purposes only. Wherever you are watching this, whatever platform you're on, social media, video sharing site, or anything and everything, this channel is for educational purposes only. We are here with Dan from the Overwatch channel on YouTube. He's also available on Odyssey at OverwatchProject and OverwatchProject.com. Now, really quickly, just wanted to let everyone know that there will be a group voice chat in the members Discord server. If you're a member of the Last Timers Club, feel free to join us after the stream for a group voice chat. And if you're interested in getting a little extra content each month, you can sign up for membership either on Odyssey or YouTube. And I just heard in the Odyssey chat that the stream wasn't there's a little bit of a delay over there, but there's still people watching, so maybe it's not so bad, or maybe it's just a connection with the one person watching. I'm not sure. Sorry, random, if it's occurring with you, but perhaps try restarting the stream or just refreshing your browser. If anyone else watching on Odyssey is having trouble watching, if you can drop a comment in the live stream chat, I'd greatly appreciate it, just to let me know. And I want to say hello to everyone else over on Dan's channel on YouTube tonight at Overwatch channel. So, Dan, we are back and looking forward to kind of continuing on here. Is there anything you wanted to say before we move along?
No, I'm here. I'm ready to go.
All right.
This is when as it gets on and on, he says more and more revealing stuff.
Oh, yeah. This is the bulk of it.
Oh, you see, once you learn that, then you can go up and down, too. This way, not right, left.
Yeah, that's the enormous value of the kind of training that's done here, because people have such experiences spontaneously, but here you can learn to control it. To go where you want to go, not where you are pulled.
Parla. Non, c'était vraiment... It was really
Notice how she said you can go where you want to go.
Yes, we've done that a number of times. I guess all
Down
together,
to
you
the-
control it.
we had 25 or 30
We are in control.
people go through there and come out the other side. It's a little disconcerting, disturbing.
But you never found any hollow space in there.
We didn't.
Because I didn't either, but there's so many books about
I know there's a lot of books about it. We didn't find anything.
The heat? Did you experience?
You don't notice heat. I
No
didn't.
temperature.
None of our people. But the fun part was just coming out, deciding where you're coming out. Come out and you're in the ocean, bottom of the ocean, and come up through. You see, where am I? You don't know where you are. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing.
post?
Testing. 1, 2 and a half.
Senses?
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Rolling.
Sorry.
All right.
Yep.
The most important thing, though, is to understand that the sum of all of these reasons, the system of measurement that we learn, the comparatives, the positives, the negatives, as we've just said, these various types of patterns are all tremendously important, just as the fact that we use these things elsewhere that we pick up here. And that key thing of intellect is so vital, because that is the one that makes it run. Put another way, we came here and here in a certain form, in a certain way, and we came with what we call a right brain, which is another part of a symbol, of course, but it's a way of being. But we did not have this intellect when we came, and we began to learn and acquire this intellect for the very purpose that was that wonderful balance. And the important thing is to understand that that is the difference between learning and non-learning, and that is to acquire and use that intellect. And I can say without any equivocation, no reservation, no conditioning, that everything, what little, and is not much, I assure you, that I might have achieved so far is totally due to the imposition of my intellect upon what was taking place. Instead of just flying around in the out-of-body state, after I knew it wouldn't kill me, I got curious. And the intellect got curious. What's going on here? What is this that's taking place? That was the difference. That brought the whole thing into focus, into patterns, getting my analytical ability at work in it. And what little growth is due to that. Now, the funny thing is, so now we gather all these things. We gather intellect, our measurement.
Pause it.
Yeah.
Real quick. Up until the Lush thing and his depression afterward, that's exactly what he was trying to do.
Yes.
Now, he was trying not to put his belief systems or things that the world offered up as systems of belief into what he was trying to analyze what is actually going on, where am I going, what's happening here. Of course, then after the Lush thing, I think it was too much for him to handle psychologically.
Yeah, he couldn't handle it. He had to backtrack and make excuses for his own comfort, I guess.
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. Just a little point there.
Okay. I want to welcome AA and Jen No Fear to the Last Timers Club. Thank you so much.
Knowledge, our application of energy, and we're all, as I like to put it, going home with all this bag full of goodies, as it were, to take home and show the local boys how much you've learned and what you can do. The only problem is that when we do this, we forget something that happens as, again, on the way to the store.
We forget.
This
Something
is where it
happens.
Yep, this is where it starts to get really good now.
That we don't expect. What's that? Well, if you know about it, then you can have fun. It's where you don't know about it is where it gets dangerous. And that is that we become addicted to being human.
Boom.
And so after we exit this particular life sojourn, we're saying instead of going home and what I call having escape velocity to go home, something's happened in living that life. We've picked up a load factor. There was friction along the way, and that represents it. So instead of moving out and having escape velocity, we start turning along that, and it's our decision, no one else's. That's the important thing. Our decision. We say, well, I think I'll go back just once more. And this next time, I think I'll be a male instead of a female. That ought to be more fun. Just once more, and then I'll go home. So what happens is, instead of moving this way, we loop around and go back being a human again. And go back and have another human experience, another lifetime. And we come out again, and we're already this time. But this time we've had even a greater load factor, don't you see? We've slowed up a little more. We haven't got the speed that we did. We have a greater load, and so we're now in orbit, and we have a decaying orbit, because when we come up around the orbit like this, instead of going on, we say, oh, I got to go back because I've never seen Paris, and I'd like to go to Paris for once in my life, and I'd like to just go there. So whole purpose to go back and live again so that I can go to Paris. And I've heard so much about Paris, I want to go to Paris. So I'll go and live again so I can go to Paris. And as you can see, each time you pick up in each succeeding lifetime a greater load factor, so that as you go through this, your orbit decays more and more as you go through this, living these successive lives until you get locked in tighter and tighter and tighter, till you are locked in being human so tight that you forget where you came from. You've lost all of the desire to even depart and go home.
See, And I mean, this is like, ridiculously revealing, because he's talking about how we get addicted to this experience. We lose ourselves over and over and over again till we like basically degrade ourselves. And I think even you come here for one incarnation, you can lose yourself. It's new, it's different, it's wild, it's nothing probably like you've experienced before. Maybe there's other things like it, but who knows? And we just lose ourselves. So I mean, and the memory wipe, I mean, hello. It's
Yeah. So, wow, this blew me away. So, the system is designed to do whatever it can once you get into it to keep you confused. Yep. It gives you amnesia. It distracts you with all kinds of bullshit cosmology. You're in some religion, or you're a materialist. Generally, that's what most people fall into. Maybe some new age divergent path, but it's all this. It's all the same. It's all designed to steal your individuality. And then he says here, it's dangerous. If you don't know what's going on, it becomes dangerous. So, I mean, well, wait a second now. It's dangerous. It's addicting, and it is. And we I think separately came up with that same idea.
Yeah, so it's crazy to hear him say it, right? I mean,
Wayne Bush, I think, said something.
It,
yeah. All of us eventually came to that conclusion that it must be addicting, like a drug. I mean, when you think about it, it's Rick and Morty had a little segment. You can find it on YouTube, where he puts on these in a gaming like a old gaming arcade, but it's got this thing. You put the helmet on. He went through a whole lifetime, gets killed by a car,
crazy, yeah.
And then he wants to go in again. Right? He goes on living,
the video's nuts.
Right. So and then it's like, wow, so it's dangerous, it's addicting. These are profound. See, a lot of times, even though people don't mean to, they tell you the whole truth. Even if they don't accept it themselves, they're telling you, people will let it out. And he, the repeated cycle over and over again, it's just like a drug, really, because the more you do it, the harder it is to break the cycle, right?
Exactly.
So if we've been here 1,000 times, it's very, very difficult now to get the hell out of here.
Hey, you lose yourself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, losing yourself. You don't even remember who you are anymore. Right? There has been, like I mentioned, that TV show Blind Spot before, but other movies that dealt with amnesia, and how there was some was it a sci-fi show or something? It dealt with more like a shapeshifter. Like one of the characters had shapeshifted so many times that they forgot what they looked like, and they couldn't go back to their original shape. So we see that in entertainment. They tell you in all different ways, but that's just profound. It's dangerous. It's addicting, and the longer you do it, the harder it is to quit.
Yeah, it seems like when you look at it, right, Dan, it seems obvious, right? When you kind of like have an outside view, an outside perspective of looking at like just like a snapshot of your life from, cradle to now, like the current, and you look back at it, and it really, it's like in your face, like it couldn't be more obvious. And then you look at how everyone else is like under this mind control, and that how it continues, and like all these illusions and deceptive measures fall into play. Like it really blows my mind, because it's right in front of our face. We just have to break through our programming and want the answers, like we were talking about earlier.
Yes,
you gotta want it.
Yeah, eventually he does say that, eventually the goal is to get the hell out.
Yeah, but he thinks home is, part of the matrix. I mean, let's just call it what it is. I mean, that's really what he feels. William Buellman, who was a student of Monroe for a period of time, he kind of goes a step further. And I'm not going to drone on too much about this. We talked about it briefly, you and I privately, but you know, he made like the only time, like I did a response video on one of his Monroe talks, and it was about death and preparing and transcending the whole Earth experience, right? But and he is dropping massive truth bombs in that discussion, massive. But at the same time, you know, the only thing that really got his attention about the whole soul trap thing is when a man that will go unnamed wrote a book about it. All right. It's pretty well known out there. But anyways, he wrote a book about it, and and that person is saying, oh, like the answer is to go to 5D. That's the answer. And which is just another layer of the trap. And Buellman came out and said, I don't think it's a soul trap, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't agree with this, blah, blah, blah. Even though, like, you know, if you look at that lecture he gave, it couldn't be more obvious that he connects that something's wrong here, that we need to find ourselves, that we need to take initiative for ourselves, work on ourselves, basically walk the path of sovereignty, and yet he walks it all back when that book came out. And I even tried to get him on the channel for a talk. He never responded to me, but I respect his work.
You analyzed that whole Buellman.
Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah.
I remember that. It was very good. Very good.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's discouraging, right? Because how can he sit there and tell us, drop all these truth bombs, and then essentially, I mean, anyone who would look at that from the soul trap perspective would see what he's saying, and how he's shitting on the whole experience that goes on here, and how limiting it is, and how there's a governor on us, and I mean, on and on and on. I mean, really just throwing it in your face. And then he, you know, the other guy puts out a book, and he backtracks all of it. Like all of a sudden, none of what he's saying applies. I mean, anyways, I don't know. I'm just pointing it out there.
True.
But,
it's very strange. It's very strange.
I mean, why? I mean, anyways, we'll continue. We'll be here all night if we keep doing this.
You've lost it all. Because this is so overwhelmingly addictive that you can't think of anything else but this time, space, physical matter, all the things that take place in there. And no matter how hard you try, you can't get away from it. The reason being, there's no law. But when you, quote, die, and instead of going home, you make the decision. There's no law that says you have to stay here. You are the one who says, I gotta go back. I didn't eat enough steaks. I didn't have enough strawberries. I didn't have enough children. All these kinds of things. Or I didn't have enough sex. Anyway, that's how we lock in as being human. In so doing this, now the next trick is, well, what happens? Well, why don't we recognize this more and more? Because we are so deeply addicted. So we develop an excuse, which you call belief systems, to rationalize this process. But it's all done in this local traffic human terms. This is the difference. As a result, somewhere along the way, you begin to find cracks in the belief system. You begin to find reasons that don't work quite well. That's the analytical thing coming into it. It says, hey, wait a minute, something wrong here. This doesn't work out. 2 and 2 makes 6. No, wrong. Try again. You begin to find out that there are some holes in the cracks, and that's when you begin to regrow and begin to, so that successively you begin to start on your way out again, and you begin to have a higher and higher orbit as you learn more, and in these successive lives, till finally you got escape velocity, and then you do go home. And that's what it's all about.
Bob, are these very provocative ideas the result of your own analytical human mind, or is this information that has come from some source outside of your human mind?
Well,
That is such a great question, right? I mean, massive,
Yeah.
massive question.
Yeah, awesome question there. Also, that the fact that he actually mentions, or basically what he's saying is that when things start to not make sense to you, I guess when a lifetime like the one I was born into, where I'm like, this is something's wrong here, that's when you can get your escape velocity, or you figure out, you're not resonating with here anymore.
Yeah, you're disconnecting from the entire thing. Well, not the entire thing, but a good portion of it, where it's like, again, nothing makes sense, nothing lines up, everything's inverted. You're left like twiddling your thumbs, like, what the hell is going on? And until you dig deeper,
the system is wacko as it is, has to have a point where it can no longer use you for a loosh and turn you loose.
Yep.
And of course you can always exit, but where you are basically, okay, he's figured it out or she's figured it out.
Yeah.
They're leaving.
Yeah, and the last thing they want is beings like us hanging around, right? I mean, honestly, I look at this thing like, if I was I always try to put myself in the shoes of these creepy little parasites, right? And I say, okay, like, if I had someone like Dan in my realm creation, and I had this whole little loose system going on, I had this whole manipulative inverted system going on, do I want Dan, even if he reincarnates in the memory, do I want Dan hanging around any longer? I mean, you're only going to connect with the information again at some point and speak loudly about it at some point, right? May not be next lifetime, may not be 5 lifetimes, but the point is you're a liability. I'm a liability. Everyone in this chat's a liability. I can't see this system wanting us to even hang around anyways.
No. Yeah, no. It's no different than actually some earthly groups that simply allow members to leave when they want to quit. I mean, in ancient times, or more ancient times, it was more different. But let's face it, if you're in an average mainstream religion today and you dropped out tomorrow, the only thing they're going to really miss about you is the money and the donation plate.
Yeah. The money and the commitment, the free slave labor, whatever it is. Yeah.
If you stick around and talk other people into leaving, that hurts their bottom line.
Exactly.
So, so let him go. He's a liability. Yep.
Let him go.
That's an interesting question. I would say probably
innocent.
I can't give you. I'm prone to make percentiles, but I don't know if I can give you an appropriate percentile. It is a combination. Obviously, through the years, I've developed a lot of non-human friends, and had some wonderful conversations and meetings with them. I can give you an illustration, and you can see what I mean. This one non-human friend, we got into the discussion of goals, and he said, excuse me, I said, it's not true. Yeah, I don't know whether it's a he or a she, so I developed a term, he, she. So he, she said, well, perhaps our goals are different. And I in turn said, well, I wouldn't think so. And he says, well, he, she says, well, what is your goal? And I, thinking to be very noble and very spiritual, I said, well, my goals are dedicated to serving humankind. That's what I want to do. And
time to cancel Robert Monroe.
She said, yes, that's a very noble goal, but there are other goals. And with that, I tried to find out. He says, well, there are other goals. That was a nice bait, a lure. And that got me curious and say, well, what other goals would there be? I thought that was a very noble goal. And this great enlightenment came to me months later, years, who can tell, that there was another goal. And that goal is the one I was just perceiving, to go home. And I thought, what a wonderful idea it would be to go home. And to be the local boy who made good and goes back to his hometown with all the medals on his chest and his pockets full of gold and all these bags of tricks, and go down the main street of the town, and everybody will say, oh, here he is, our hero's back. All this, typical go home type of thing. And so I had been home twice and had to be dragged back, kicking and screaming, as it were, from going home because that was not what I was supposed to do. So I knew what home was and symbolized to me, and so I knew the goal was to go home. I knew what home was like, where I came from, and so my great joy was to prepare, to build, to go home. Oh, this is great, wonderful. I had a goal, and for years I had that goal of going home, gathering all this, everything I could gather that would be useful to have fun and teach people, do all sorts of things at home. As a result, I in turn thought, well, for a long time, and this was, maybe 5 or 6 years ago, something like that, I got into the pattern of saying, well, and I asked this non-physical he-she friend, I said, and he was saying that was also a nice new goal. He always was very agreeable. That was a nice goal too. That's different from serving humankind. Go home. So I got into that, and then I asked him because I didn't know how to do it very well. So he taught me. He says, "I'll show you how you can go home for a visit." I just wanted to get a little visit, to stimulate me more, saying, "Oh, what a wonderful thing it would be to go home." And so I wanted to get a taste of home again, and I knew what it was like. So he showed me how to do this, and I learned what I call the quick switch method, get from here to there. And it sounds weird, but it's as if one were to stretch a rubber band like that over to here, and then you let go of here, and you're there, click, like that. And I call it the quick switch method of getting somewhere. And as a result, in using this, I suddenly was home, and the story of my getting this home thing was a very, very profound change, because I went and got home, and here were these that I remembered so beautifully. They were huge, roiling clouds. And the clouds had many, many different hues, bright colors within them, shifting like rainbow colors all through them. And you could lie in the clouds and just observe this spectacle of change. And it was not all round rolling. There were cubes and everything else, all sorts of types.
You notice how he said cubes. There were cubes rolling. And then he's obviously going to get into a really important part where he talks about things are repeating. But I like how he brought up cubes. I mean, that's very revealing in my opinion.
Yeah, cubes are everywhere. Also, he's basically, because the whole loosh thing, he doesn't get into that here, but how originally, in order to make this loosh farm more efficient, divide everything, division. Before that, he meets these beings. They've never been human. They don't even have a gender he can identify. No. They're just intellect, consciousness.
Yep.
They're whole,
They're just pure.
Yeah.
Yep. I think we got to cancel you now too, Jan.
So different types of symbol forms flowing around and through this. And you lie there and it's so beautiful. And then as you were there, and I'm using time-space terms to express it because it's the only way you can do it. And as you would lie there, you would hear this tremendous music. And I interpreted it as music, but it was something else. But it was, of course, a form of vibration. But it expressed itself to me in music, beautiful, beautiful music, like a massive symphony orchestra.
Then this is what NDEers experience, Dan, right? I mean, we hear about this constantly. Oh, not constantly, but often. NDEers talk about like this big symphony or this grand music that can't be explained or there's nothing to compare it to on Earth, and it's just amazing and it's perception based, and here he is describing exactly what we've heard with other NDEers. And he's talking about out-of-body experiences.
Yep, music is weird in itself. If you look up You can do an internet search and look, why do we have music? It's quite bizarre, isn't it?
It is
Um,
sensory.
yeah, it's and then he discovers that sounds or music of certain hertz can help your brain access your out of body state. And then when people have near death experiences, they hear music, um, or they can be encountered by some powerful musical thing, or you can create your own music. Like I think there was an NDA I read once where the guy remembered a song that he liked, and then he started hearing it. You know, music is. I mean, it's more than sound. It's mathematical, which is kind of like the code that makes everything work. I think somehow math. I always thought the Big Bang Theory was completely wrong, but unless you look at it as a big bang of consciousness first, and then everything else comes after that. Like,
Makes sense, right?
Yeah,
that part of it.
I think maybe it was musical, like in nature too. Who knows? I don't know. But anyway, just saying.
Yeah, no, it's I like looking at it like that, because there has to be some sort of progression, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the other thing is like we can kind of look at this as you know, who knows, like if how many beta tests there were, and all sorts of trials that were kind of put out, and it's like, okay, we'll you know, we'll drop like a certain amount of human population in these different regions and different versions of humanity, and see what happens. And then it evolves. Like, you know, I mean, that's obviously like a little bit further down like the beta process, I guess, like the beta test process. But you know, it's so sophisticated and so well thought out that to me it seems that this but there's a high probability that this is something that's been done before, not just here. Like
I'm sure there's more. Yeah, there's probably more than one Loosh farm. You get out of this one, make sure you didn't get caught in another one.
And Monroe indicates that, right?
Yeah.
In Far Journeys, he says like what they traded or whatever. I mean,
traded. Yeah.
I mean, so who knows?
Beautifully conducted, and over here was a magnificent choir of 1,000 human voices, and you're listening to all of this. And in this return quick visit, I lay back in the clouds and looked at these beautiful patterns and heard this exquisite music, and I perhaps might have stayed there forever, except what I had grown, and that was my left brain, because I was lying there and I looked at something and my attention got caught. And what was it? And I looked again, perceived again, and it was right. Here was a pattern of clouds that went like this, for example, and then went on. And if you waited long enough, that same pattern of clouds came along and it went like this and went on. It was a loop. It was a continuous loop. It was nothing new in the loop. If you get the same thing came back again and again and again.
That's the Truman Show. I mean, Dan, I mean, it's really, I mean, he's saying to our face how it's like this is the place that he felt he needed to go to, and he observed it, kept going back in different out-of-body experiences, goes through it, and then he's realizing it's the same damn thing looping over and over and over again. And yet there's some sort of home component to all of this too. Like he feels comfortable there until he realizes basically, okay, why am I here? You know, why do I keep visiting? You know, what's going on? Like, but he felt comfortable there. He felt at home. So
it's possible that when consciousness puts out a new unit of consciousness, which I think is self-contained and separate, but connected to everything, like networked to everything, that it starts out in some kind of place that's simple. And that drives it out eventually out of boredom to seek other locales. And then he, clearly it's vast, it's infinite. There's all, and I think that's how beings get lured and trapped on Earth, is because pure naiveness, complete innocence. They don't know anything. There must be a growing process, even with non-physical consciousness. It starts off pure and simple, and then it gets more and more complex as it picks up more and more information and develops, personality, maybe other identifying things. He gets into those higher beings later. He calls them inspects.
Yes.
To me, it sounds like he's describing some being that's achieved like God level state, like we would perceive as a multitude or of gods that have different personalities, and some of them are good. I think the ancient world, the pre-monotheistic ancient world, had made more sense, as like you have, these gods weren't exactly creator of everything. They were simply had dominion over certain things, certain aspects based on their personalities, and they were flawed. They weren't. Some of them were good. Some of them were bad. Some of them were in between. They had their own unique qualities. And these inspects that intelligent species, as he calls it, seems to be something that has transcended, like normal existence and achieved some kind of higher level thing. And that's what he wants to be in the end.
Yeah.
He wants to. Yeah, and don't we want to transcend the whole human thing and
beyond the whole thing? Yeah.
Beyond the whole thing, yeah.
And I think like some of the most like revealing things that I've seen in especially like astral projection, NDEs, pre-birth memories, life between lives, past life regressions, after death communication, shared death experiences, not after death communication. Like what you see constantly is like something that is familiar to everybody. So why is it familiar? Why does it look so familiar in those experiences to Earth? You've got to ask that question and then think a step further and say, don't I deserve to think bigger? Am I really just going to confine myself to a box that is based around something I'm familiar with here on Earth? I mean, really, don't we just all deserve to think bigger, larger, that, beyond this whole structure? Don't we deserve to think that, perhaps the light isn't God? Perhaps, our family members in NDEs or at the time of death or on deathbed visions and visitations are not what they claim. I mean, don't we deserve to think beyond all of that? And for some reason, we kind of keep getting pigeonholed into not thinking bigger and kind of being familiar with our surroundings as like a comfort zone, I guess you can say. So anyways, you know what I'm saying. It's
yep.
Yeah, it's just one thing after another. Anything you want to add before? Okay.
No, I'm good. Okay. Thanks.
And I then listened to the music. And sure enough, here's a beautiful melody line going. And if you waited long enough, the same instrument and the same melody line will be repeated. And with that, I sat up and had a great sigh of, And because I realized that then I knew why I had left home. Because I was bored. There was nothing new to learn there. I was curious. I was bored with watching the clouds do the same thing forever and listening to the music do the same thing forever, and I didn't want to stay there any longer. And that's why I left home. And so one final thing, I realized that I was as if I had outgrown the glove and couldn't fit there anymore. And to be sure of this, because it was an overwhelming sadness after having devoted years of anticipation to going home, I went back and down in, and here's what I call curls, which are children playing games. And I had all these new games that I had learned being human and tried to teach them. And they says, we don't want your games, we got our own games, we don't want, I said, here's some new ones, we don't want new games. And then sadly, I left. And I realized then that I truly had outgrown home, and I couldn't go home any. It wasn't possible for me to go home. So that goal was closed off. And so I suffered quite a bit of depression from the fact that that goal was closed off to me. And to go back and serve humankind was nothing. I couldn't go back to do that. So that left a big vacuum. And I could go on and tell you much about that vacuum, but I did find another answer, obviously, after quite a long pattern.
I'd like to...
On a encore 4 minutes.
Non, on change la cassette.
On change la cassette.
There's more to come.
That's the first time he got depressed. The second
Yeah.
time is after Loosh.
Yep.
After the Loosh thing, then he gets depressed again. The first time he's like, because he outgrew his home.
Yep. Yeah, I like how you see the progression there too. Like it aligns with the books perfectly.
Mm-hmm. And it would make sense that if you came from some consciousness basic state and then you got more advanced, eventually you could never go back to where you came from completely. You know, you would be bored there. You would be incomplete.
Yeah, I mean he spells it out for us right in our face.
Yeah. Is it running or is it stopped?
I just paused it for a minute. Like there's just like they switch to camera or whatever they do. So
yeah, they may have run out of batteries back then.
run out of the Duracells.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sure, I know it's not very long. I know there's just a small gap, and then like they kind of I don't know. Is it playing? What the hell's going on here? There we go.
There you go.
There he is, enjoying his Misty 500s or whatever.
You said now I was
depressed.
Depressed, and you are. I am sure you are not depressed.
No.
And we can't stop now. Also. Did you understand?
Please.
Lenovo.
Du musst dann in der Serie sagen. Und dann in der nächsten Serie oder die andere.
Nein, aber mach nichts. Aber weißt du, es ist so schade, dass wenn man schon da ist, man kann auch 2 Sendungen machen. Warum nicht? This time Mari.
Keep it a boofy.
Mark, you need something from me?
No, I'm okay. Thanks, Robert.
No.
Si gira, silenzio, per favore. Ok.
Rolling.
Bob, will you tell us what this new goal is?
Well, it wasn't quite that simple. The new goal that reawakened me out of this was, as happens, I met another friend. And this other friend, I gave another type of name to simply because of the fact that I could not, how to put it, I couldn't understand him in any him. It's a he, she again. And I didn't want to use the he, she name, so what I called this new friend was Inspect, short for intelligent species, which meant that I was not an intelligent species. And a very, very deep and warm relationship developed with this non-physical being, and I never saw him in a physical form. He didn't have a form. He was just an energy. And we had, and that went on for a number of years until suddenly, and I must say there's another part to that. And I asked where his home was. And he said, would you like to go on the way to my home? And I will show you. And I said, oh my, yes, please, please. And so he did. And that became my new goal, was to become an inspect. One of this, because the exquisite, all the things that we express as being idyllic, love, joy, relationships, all these type of melding, of unification was expressed when I went and just on the edges of this inspect's home. It was a beautiful, beautiful goal to be that. And that became my goal, was to grow and be an inspect. And my plans all shifted to go to that state of being. And this inspect gave me so many different beautiful things, such as escorting me into the future to see my last time around as being human, this kind of thing. Until one day, one night, one afternoon, I've forgotten exactly when, the inspect in our particular meeting place, which was outside of time and space, said to me, this is our last meeting. And I uttered a great shock. Why? And
they
the
cut him
inspect
off.
said to me, because you are taking another path and you need to learn along that other path.
Surprise, surprise, right, Dan?
I said, well, will we?
Yeah, very
I
disappointing.
mean, it's like, come on. You're taking a different path, and then they abandon him, which he talks about next. I mean, come on. Come on.
Yeah, they show him his last reincarnation.
Yeah.
You see, this is where the cognitive dissonance comes in. If you have the ability to leave with the intention, then your last incarnation is this one.
Yep. That's it. Bottom line.
Whichever one you're in right now is your last one. There doesn't need to be any future incarnation. You have nothing else to do here. If you have woken up to the idea like, hey, you know what? No more reincarnation for me. That's it. You're done. It's finished. Now, granted, the system will, I don't know what it is. Everybody's going to have a weakness.
Yeah,
but
man.
the system will try to lure you with that weakness.
Well,
Everybody's going to have one.
Yeah,
and something as simple as chocolate. You know?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again, Dan?
It could be something as simple as chocolate. I don't know.
Anything, and you know, he's meeting up with these beings constantly, or this being constantly. He's getting a lay of the land, and then they just abandon him and say, "Oh, well, all right, Bob. Good luck." And then he shows up there for however many times. I think it was like over 20 times later, and they're not there. You know, and like he's supposed to learn and grow and evolve and blah, blah, blah. All the same crap that we hear constantly.
Anybody who's read Monroe's books knows this guy has been around the ringer here hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Yep.
Going way back to ancient times.
Yep.
All different types of lives. How much more learning do you need? Come on.
How much learning do you need with a memory wipe? How can, again, it goes back to the question we keep hammering. How can you come here? How can you learn and grow spiritually or as a being in any way, shape, or form if you can't learn or grow from your mistakes because of a memory wipe that is applied each and every lifetime?
Right, you can't learn that way. It made no sense. It makes no sense. But that's the magic of cognitive dissonance.
It is. It is.
How many books about reincarnation talk about learning and this and that? How many interviews with these New Agers or so-called gurus?
Mm-hmm.
You know, just amazing.
It is, man. It is. Well said.
All right.
Each other again, and he says, not in this form. And I said, what have I done? Have I done it? He says, no, You have done nothing wrong.
Oh, you're a saint.
It's that you have gone in another direction, and you have to learn that other direction and get back to basics before you can go any further. And in that, the inspector winked out like that. It was gone. And I went back maybe 25 or 30 times to that meeting place, and the inspector was never there. He had really disappeared.
The inspector.
So that occasioned another depression, but it did trigger my left brain intellect. Don't you see? That was the point. It triggered
Depression
my
number
left
2.
brain intellect to say, basics. What's meant by basics? And I started tracking down the basics of what I had missed. Apparently, I'd missed something very, very important. And so it's needless to go through all the searching, trying to find what I had missed, the basic. And I went through the humans, and that was a learning procedure. It took a long time to do. Until finally, I came upon this one thing, and that made the change. And that one thing was that many years ago, about perhaps if we go into time, I will say in somewhere in the 60s, because of this consciousness, this I, this mind, didn't know what to do with this out-of-body activity, had no idea what to do with it. So what I did is I used a phrase, a term, an idea that we have as humans, that we have a total self. I don't like the word soul because it doesn't seem to fit. So I thought, I don't know what to do with this. To keep conducting experiments and going from Virginia to California was ridiculous. And how many times can you go to Mars and to the outer planets? There's just more of the same. And so what I did, I finally said, wait a minute. The basic that I had missed was what I'd been riding this vehicle. In other words, I had been using this navigator and this driver, this vehicle, all these years, and I had not taken the trouble to find out who's doing the driving, or as we in America put, what's under the hood of the thing I'm driving. And so I did. I began saying, that is a basic. And in looking at that basic, I opened a whole new pattern of finding out what that answer was. And that's a long thing, but that in turn did move me in a totally different direction and brought me to the knowledge that anything that I could conceive of now as a goal was inadequate to what the options or the availabilities are after I have graduated as being human. And that is the limitation that I see that humans place upon we, and I was a part of it, probably still am as a matter of fact. We place upon ourselves by our belief systems. We think that's only certain things that we can do, quote, after we leave here and are non-physical. We forget these other very simple patterns, that these are all based on local ideas, local ways of thinking and doing. Or even what we call intelligence is only a very human system of measurement. And here are all these things, and they suddenly, by this process, opened up to me to discover what the graduate human, the being who graduates from this human system of learning, can be. And that's what I mean by when I say go on the interstate. The goals are so spectacular, so far beyond anything that we can even consider, that they are prime targets for anyone who has curiosity, which I do. Prime targets who of the scientist to get into something where the real action is. You run out of action in time space. There's a limit, but there's no limits in this. in this whole spectrum of consciousness that I say, that's what I'm talking about. How far does it go? I don't know how far it goes, but I do know one thing, that one of the routes that you can go, and that was one of my explorations, because I went and explored all this to see these potentials. One is that one route that you can take, and you can see the source of this, and this is a lot of the humankind. We all have a yearning, and we express it in the desire to go home. We express it in our going outward, in affinity, looking for other intelligent life, looking for things out in the universe, all these kinds of things. But the real part of it is we really want to do this key thing. We're looking for something else. And what we're looking for is the thing that's built into us from the beginning. And that is that, and we express it in our religions, we would like to go meet our Maker. Now, all I can tell you is that at the very least, because this could go on for a long, long time, I know how one could get on the interstate to go meet your Maker. And all I want to do, I have not met that Maker yet, but what I would like to do at some point, and that totality of me, and that's another story, we would like to go and, quote, not prostrate ourselves at the foot of our Maker, but let's say to shake that Maker's hand and say what a magnificent engineer he is.
Okay. I mean, really, let's just call it what it is. A magnificent engineer, Dan. Really? I mean, magnificent my ass. I mean, look, the guy, the thing, the entity that created all this is a shyster. It's pathetic. It's vile. It's stupid. It's the most pathetic creation you can just about possibly put out. You're filled with, like you were pointing out earlier, cognitive dissonance. You got pain, you got suffering, you got all these other things going on. You've got the mental blockages and everything out under the sun, and yet the creator is magnificent. I mean, really? Are we really gonna go there?
See, Robert Monroe was a pioneer, because I mean, remember, this started in the 50s. Mm-hmm. Okay, he's not, best I can tell from watching his interviews and reading his books, this is a person that did not want to look at negative information. He doesn't like to deal with negative information. At best, he was trying to look at things in a neutral, sort of materialist, scientific way. Mm-hmm. And then dealing with the fact that he was probably a materialist before the experiences, and then still did not want to, give it off to some religion or something like that, or turn it over to I mean, he could have easily made a cult out of this, right? But he didn't. At the same time, this thing that he doesn't want to deal with negative information affects everything that he's going to tell you. You can't go there. You cannot go there. The best accounts we have of the creation of the human being comes from his Lush account and other ancient records like the Sumerian mythologies. Human beings are created. It's a sloppy job. It's done for enslavement purposes. Either way, Lush form or whatever the Sumerians were writing about 6,000 years ago, humans were created to do, work for the gods, to produce to toil for them, and the creation in the Sumerian mythologies is admittedly flawed. It's like they're good enough. It's kind of a shitty engineering job. We did the best we could. It works.
Yeah.
It works. Kind of like the old Yugo. Remember the car?
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. Without the seatbelts
Yeah,
and
it
the engine
works.
wasn't the engine up front or something.
The Yugo was a very tin canny, Yugoslavian car. I remember back in the 80s, there was a Cadillac dealership near my house, and they literally gave you one for free if you bought a new Cadillac. Buy a new Cadillac, get a Yugo free. I mean, that's how cheap the car was.
Buy one ship box, get it free.
Yeah, oh, exactly. So, no, he doesn't want to go there. He keeps defaulting back to this learning experience, which makes no sense. At the same time, he tells you it's dangerous. The truth blends in. People's minds play all kinds of tricks on them, right? NDE experiences, you can read thousands of them. You can see after a while the pattern. They all are experiencing information that's valuable that they're relating to, and they're all mixing it up in like a blender in their head with whatever cosmology they have. So if they're Catholic, it's going to be injected with some kind of forced interpretation into that religion. If they're a different religion, it's going to do that. If they're materialism, well, it's sky's the limit then, because how many materialists have had NDEs and come back and go, they can make, they don't know what to make of it. The beings can appear. There was this one woman once, I remember some being appeared to her as she's having an NDE. It transformed into like a female figure for her. She started asking questions, and the being was like, yeah, I made myself appear this way for you because I knew it'd be comforting to you.
Yeah. It's openly admitting it.
Mm-hmm.
Openly admitting, oh, I knew it would be comfortable for you, so here's your illusion, here's your deception, and eat it up. Thank you. Next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, get back to work.
That's right. Get back to the field.
Get back to Earth. You gotta make more whoosh.
Get back to that Apple factory and give us those processors. It's so
frustrating. But at the same time, you can hear the truth in the middle.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about kind of breaking things down, decoding what they're actually saying, and there are always hints. You and I both know that. I mean, it's they always give themselves away, but it's just a matter of like having all this information that's like padded in between those truth bombs is what distracts people. That's what happened to me. I mean,
before we get back to the video, we had 4 questions, so might as well answer them now.
Sure.
Okay, so John Doe writes, how many years of study did it take for you to come to your current understanding of this realm, if you want to call it that? Yeah, realm, covers whatever cosmology you have.
That's what I like.
Anything can be a realm. I have my own theories about it, and Mark has his own theories. And how many years? Wow. I would say 45 years, maybe, because once I made a commitment. I have to say, once I made the commitment to actually try to figure out the meaning of life, the nature of life, and the afterlife, it took me maybe 12 years, 12 to 15 years.
Takes a while.
Yep. Of deep research, getting sidetracked, going all kinds of dead-end directions. Learning about my own cognitive dissonance, learning about my own filtering mechanisms and indoctrination and brainwashing that I had to deal with. 10, 15 years. How about you, Mark?
Well, that's a kind of a deep question. I would kind of say that not far off. I mean, like okay, the condensed version is that, my introduction into the voting system was the Al versus Gore thing at 18, 19 years old. And that was like mind blowing to me. I was like, okay, so I can vote for someone, the country could vote for someone, and the overall amount of votes can't matter. Fast forward, of course, we have the thing that happened in that year where everything fell and blah, blah, blah. We're not even going to go there in New York City. And then there were questions about that. And then, of course, like, I guess it was all about, like, my process was kind of deconstructing the political stuff, the ops that are played against us, like that. I was stuck in that zone for quite a while. And then, you know, I guess if I had to put a number on it, like 2006, 7, that's when things really started to ramp up. And then it was just a longer progression from there. So I would say if I had to put like a number on it spiritually, not, you know, distraction, but like spiritual wise, I would say maybe 10 years, 12 years. So we're right around the same area. Yeah.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
You put effort into it. It's 10 long years.
Yeah. And in that moment, I mean, like like even when we talk about those years, they were baby years, right? Like they weren't they weren't like, you know, massive realizations. They were just kind of like at the beginning phases of like the spiritual evolution of things. So, you know, I mean, it was all a progress, at least for me, you know. So.
And then True Detective Season 1 has 2 questions. Is there a way to tell if all these YouTube channels are being honest when they say their music is 432 hertz and all the other hertz they claim to be using? And then the second question is, what do you guys think of the random times? I think he meant in the years.
That's actually a she, but that's all right.
Oh, random times in the ears. Any meaning or significance? I'm not sure what that question is about. This first question is, I don't know. That's why I listen to some of that stuff, but if I'm going to meditate, I try to use the original Gateway tapes because I think they were somewhat vetted.
And the other thing, like I've heard, and this just based on what I've done with uploading YouTube, and I'm sure you've experienced this, and a big realization for me is like if I try to upload an original, I'm talking about just an upload, not a stream, but like I record a video and try to upload it to, for instance, Odyssey was one of them where I uploaded it. You know, it was a 12-minute short little rinky-dink video, 10-minute video, whatever it was, and they said no, I can't upload it because of the format that it was in. It was too high quality or whatever. And so there is no doubt, like when I record a YouTube stream, so the stream that we're on tonight, if I record it in the highest quality possible, which is what I do on the side, what YouTube does is it transcodes it. So that means the video is going to be different. The audio is going to be different. It downsizes the quality of the recording so that it saves space on their servers, which makes sense from a business perspective, right? Sure. But that shows that, you know, and I mean, I could pop a video, Dan could pop a video and say, oh, you know, Dan and I are talking in 432 hertz. And if it's not the original file and it goes through the servers that are on this platform, it's likely not going to be what it claims to be. Like, so, you know, I don't necessarily believe it. I mean, I'll still seek out 432 hertz. I mean, you know, there's no doubt about it. Like I will still seek out it. Like there's some great Pink Floyd tracks out there. Like almost all that stuff's been converted to 432. Now, is it actually 432? I don't know, but I don't think it is, because just based on the things that I've done on YouTube, I know that for instance, this is the best way to put it. If I upload a 5 gigabyte video file, and then I go to YouTube later on to download it, it's going to be like 2.5 gigs or 2 gigs. So they're compressing and messing with it somehow. So I don't think it's true. I think the only way you're really going to get those types of files, number one, the best files out there audio wise are FLAC. Those are uninterrupted. They're not manipulatable at all, unless the person making them is manipulating you and throwing in some frequencies. FLAC files are king. They're uncompressed. They're pure, but again, like you have to trust where they're coming from. For instance, like the Monroe tracks. There are a bunch of them that I have. There's barely any MP3s that I've gotten from them. They're almost all FLAC because you know that they can compress things down, like MP3s, things like that. I mean, they're compressed. It's just the way it works. So that means they're taking down the quality that's out there and making it more convenient for their servers space-wise. And from a business decision, again, it makes sense. But the point is no. A true file that you're going to get from someone is going to be a FLAC, or it's going to be what it was initially configured for. Like, I even looked into how to like make my streams 432 hertz, and then when I started seeing how it made no difference whatsoever to make like you and I sitting here today, like it could be, you could set it up as 432 and we may be able to record it in OBS, but once it hits the servers of YouTube, they automatically downgrade it on purpose because it's going to add multiple gigabytes to our talk that they don't feel they need to host. So that's
and True Detective corrected it. So it was the question was supposed to be, what do you guys think of the random tones in the years? Any meaning or significance? I don't know. I mean, they try to make the music so it sounds good, or it all depends on the atmosphere they're going for. You know, some of these things are marketed as dark meditation, and other ones are light and love meditation. And the music is, you know. Isn't it amazing that human beings can can create music that has that resonates as a feeling?
Well, they also kind of roll things out too, Dan, right? Like they I mean, what we've seen with the industry, especially at least with the music industry, is how they do things in decade-long forms. Like you have classic rock, you have death metal, you have jazz, you have EDM, and on and on and on. And it seems like all the time, like they're condensed into these 10-year periods. And it's, at least from my understanding, I'm not saying this is completely accurate, but from my understanding, from what I've looked into, that, you know, the switch over from 432 hertz to 440 was purposeful, and it happened in the big jazz band era, decades and decades and decades ago. So, like, we've kind of been in this, and again, from my understanding, is that it was meant to throw us off of like 432 hertz is supposedly in unison with the frequency of Earth, so it's more grounded, I guess you could say. I mean, at least this is my understanding of it. So and that all started with the big band jazz era. After that, right after that, it just, everything was switched to 432 hertz. So make of that what you will, but YouTube definitely compresses files, as does Odyssey and Rumble. So,
and then the last question is from Robert. I'm going to say Horsefall. The only doubt I have with regards to this being a trap is the possibility it's some kind of game, escape the maze, puzzle, etc. Either way, game or trap, our escape is the goal. What do you think?
Good, Dan. I'd like to hear your answer.
Well, it's definitely designed like a game. But I mean, you're playing a Psychos game.
Exactly.
The maker, the designer of the game is obviously a psychopath that has no empathy. So the game maker is deranged, and greedy and selfish for loosh, whatever that is. And yeah, but it doesn't matter. The ultimate end is for you to get out. Now, granted, there is some kind of probably a reward that you earn by getting out of here, because you're going to be elevated to a incredibly sophisticated level of being like spiritually streetwise in the spirit realm. You're not going to be taken in by this ever again. I would hope not. I don't see how that's possible. Once you regather all your memories and put yourself all back together, you're going to be pretty amazing being at that point.
Yeah.
Talk about,
Yeah, it's I'm sorry, what was the question again?
It's the only doubt I have with this regard being in regards to being a trap is the possibility that it's a game.
Yeah, I mean, like Wayne and I talked about this actually quite extensively in the Wayne Bush series, and the options on the table, right? I mean, but there's a big but with that. Maybe it's true. Maybe we're okay, it kind of reverts back to what we were talking about earlier, right, Dan? How if you agree to come here and it's a game and it's this and that, and you don't know what it's like to have pain, suffering, love, happiness, joy, all that stuff, if you don't have a reference point from a previous experience, then you're just going into it blind. If you go into an experience like this and your essence is lost along the way with it, you don't have a reference point. You're just hearing information and saying, okay, yeah, that sounds good. All right, I'll go and join this thing. So even if it's a game, does it really matter? Because it's still a shit show. It's still a dumpster fire. It's still a situation where you have to learn your way out. You have to be dedicated to get out. And to me, it's not cool. It's not something that should it's too extreme. Where is the fail-safe mechanism that we each have? Why isn't there an inner knowing that, okay, yes, we are in a game? Why isn't there something? I mean, why does it take so much for Dan and I and all of us sitting here today to get to this point? Why are there so few of us on top of that? There's very few of us.
Yeah, sure. I think it was John Claude Van Damme movie, Hard Target. Was it Hard Target? There's a movie that he made, and then Scott Adkins made a sequel to it, I think, where essentially it's a game. These psychos put humans on a hunting field to hunt them, right?
Yeah.
Technically, that's a game, but it's a psycho game.
And why is it so well thought out? I mean, I mean, why is it so hard to see this thing through? You know, you and I have talked about this. Talked about it on the channel a number of times too. Like if it is a game, then why is it so freaking difficult? I mean, you have to ask that question. I mean, it is like it's beyond anything reasonable. To me, it all points to some sort of parasitic system. It is so well thought out that to me, it's so hard for me to wrap my head around it being a game. I just can't. I can't. I mean, it would have to be a little bit easier than it is. And it's
very difficult. It's like anything else, a lot of things humans do mimic the systems, because we have psycho people out there and they recreate these systems for themselves. You can, even if something is simple, and I'm not saying they're psycho, but just a comparison of how you have the free will to leave, but yet they keep you there. If you go into a very talented car dealership, you're not leaving without buying a car.
Yeah.
Now, you can leave anytime you want, but if the salesman's that good, if they know how to talk to you and they know how to convince you, you are going to go home with that car.
That's right.
Right?
They'll make sure that your credit check pans out.
We'll do whatever it takes. How many commercials are there? We'll do whatever it takes to get you into that car. Now, I'm not saying they're evil or anything. You know, I'm just saying it's a business. But I'm saying that you're free to leave. But if they're that good, I mean, the system here is designed so you're free to leave. But we're going to make sure that there's so many obstacles in your way that you're not going to want to leave. It's like that. How many songs tell us the truth? We're spirits in the material world.
Yep.
Hotel California.
Oh man, great example.
Right.
Great example.
How many songs are out there telling you how? Or movies, entertainment, they're all showing you the reality here.
So true, bro. That was a great example. Sold Human says, when we die, the Matrix maker says, quote, "It's just a prank, bro. Stop. It's just a prank. Yo, stop the prank, bro." I love that. Shout out to Sold Humans. It's great to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well.
All right, we're almost to the end.
Yeah. Let's move along and get this going. There are some more questions, but let's I know we've been going a while, Dan. So
what a beautiful designer he is.
Oh, beautiful.
She is.
She.
And go get into a new game with the maker. And that's only one. And it seems endless options that one can take. You can be a maker yourself if you want. What you learn here are the basic tools of being a maker.
That's pretty profound.
Should it not?
Oh, indeed.
You want to add something? Yeah, it is profound.
Yeah, basically, you're caught in this trap. When you get out, you pretty much can do anything you want.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want, but as long as you don't fall for the BS.
And this is now we're getting right to the end here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Bob, I've heard you speak many times.
Bob G's a Misty 500.
Woo! Oh, man.
Yeah, why don't you just go sleep with them already? Hey, there's a few more minutes. Okay, so yeah, this is when they do we can talk, Dan. Basically, there's nothing at this point. It's just kind of a view of the Monroe Institute. So
it's just some camera footage, B-roll that they
B-roll,
took and then the Italian guy says Gira, which he's basically telling Bob Monroe to turn around, to do that spin, like where he's looking around everything, and that's it. That's the end of the video. That's it. That's everything. Any other questions? Anything else?
There's some questions. How you doing over there, by the way?
Yeah.
I mean, you're all right.
Good.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So let me get to the questions here. We'll kind of we'll do one question per person. There's a few backed up. Candidly asks, what are these vibrations about? Breaking a barrier of some kind? So she's asking, what are these vibrations about? Breaking a barrier of some kind? It's out of OBE. Yeah.
I think it's just it's changing a frequency.
Forms, frequency.
Yeah, you're it's like the static between radio stations. You're tuning out of the human body and you're tuning into a different dimension that's going to have some noise where you transition from one state to the other.
Totally agree. And then I think it also has to do with dissuading us from looking outside the body too. I really think that's a part of it.
Yeah, I think it can't be avoided though. I think this state of existence incarnate into human form is so low, it's so degrading that and who knows? I mean, a consciousness is probably our souls are so way beyond this that you can't help but creates some noise when that lion gets out of the
Sure.
cage. Is allowed out of the cage.
I mean, just think about all the NDEers that talk about like they were thrusted back in their bodies violently. It was like one of the worst experiences, pre-birth memories. They
Yep.
talk about it. I mean, so it does seem to fall in line. It's like it's just condensing our consciousness, our awareness to a minimal form. So.
Yep. And what else? Any other questions?
Yeah, Seth Rakes, good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Says, what do you guys think about people who say they don't have an inner voice or monologue? I just heard about this earlier this week. It's eerie to me.
Yeah, that is
I
weird.
have my opinions on that, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, there is that theory that there are certain people that are literally like NPCs.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Lower, it could be also like a lower level consciousness incarnates as a human, which shouldn't be. They shouldn't be in that state. So they're kind of like, I mean, you meet people sometimes. You're like, wow, what the hell is going on? Not much is going on in there.
Yeah, no, I mean, dude, I agree with you. It's one of the things that the vegan skeptic and I talked about. Like, it seems, it really, look, again, like there's no room for discrimination or saying anything when it comes to this because we just don't know. There's no reason to treat anyone differently because they may not have an inner monologue with, you know.
It could be that they're newer. They're a younger,
exactly.
they're a younger, more naive spirit, and they will be here thousands and thousands of times before they get anywhere.
Sure, and it makes sense, right? I mean, if you come here for the first time and you're lost, you lose your essence, your eternal nature that's like built within, then you know it's easy to get lost. I mean, it makes sense. We probably all were there. So that's why you cannot look at dividing things between NPCs and real beings, even though there's, in my opinion, quite a bit to suggest the NPC thing exists. I'm with you. I mean, like, you know, my first assumption and kind of running assumption is like, if you don't have that inner monologue, then that seems to kind of point in that direction of the NPC thing. But I'm not going to treat anyone different because of it, because just exactly what you said, Dan. It's you know, it could be their first time, could be, you know, a young spirit, soul, whatever the case may be.
And to be honest with you, I reject, like I said, with the whole oneness thing. I've learned after many years of studying this stuff. I reject that. But I also reject all this other stuff we're told. Like, we're told all kinds of stuff. And it's like, okay, so somebody that somehow gets this guru label attached to them can say something and everybody runs around like, oh, you have to do it this way or that way. And like, you're told that your inner monologue isn't you. I don't know about that. I'm like, I think it's me. It's me talking to me in my head. I'm thinking, it may not be, it's not my whole me. It's a me that doesn't remember all the other lifetimes I've been here. It's a me that doesn't remember where I came from and where I'm going. It's a me that's trapped in this current human form. It's still me thinking in there. Because I don't know.
What do you think about, like, I kind of want to branch off from you saying that. Like, one of the things that has always confused me, and I hate even talking about this stuff, but let me just say it, like, you know, I guess throughout my life, I've kind of known when it's like my inner monologue, inner dialogue, whatever they want to call it, thoughts, and they're like, you can tell when it's you, but then you kind of have those intrusive thoughts, right? Like, where they're really, we'll just say it right flat out, like they're fucked up. You know, like, so how do you even though like we can sit here and you know, rationally and say, yeah, that's not something I'd ever do or carry out or this or whatever. But I mean, how do you divide the line? Just because you're thinking and you're connecting with the real you that is like kind of behind the scenes, how does that kind of transfer with, you know, the really negative things that, the thought forms? I mean, like, so, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've given that a lot of thought, actually. And my personal theory about it is that we are in human form stuck in a cutoff from our natural consciousness's ability to communicate, which is telepathy. Just, I have information in my head, I'm going to send it to you, you receive it, and you process it, and it can be a vast amount of information. It can be my entire existence. Here, I'm going to give it to you, or I'm going to give you this part. That's cut off. True. But it leaks. There's leakage going on constantly. Yes. Right? That's why we have psychics, mediums. You have a psychic, like I had that psychic experience where I found the arrowhead in the ground.
Oh, that's on your website, by the way.
Yeah,
OverwatchProject.com.
Under artifacts. Mm-hmm. If you think about it, you know, you're walking around in human form, and there's all kinds of telepathic traffic around you, and then on top of that, there's technology that could potentially cause that also, and then you have intrusive thoughts, so that probably aren't your thoughts. But if a genuine, like, there's a lot of fraud out there, but a genuine psychic that is connecting to like some serial killer or something they're helping the police hunt down, they're going to have some intrusive thoughts that they're going to find repulsive. It's not coming from them. They're just picking up what the target is. And if you're completely, you know, just wandering around the world, and these things are, you know, it's like to me, it's like a radio station, the old radios in the cars where you have bleed over, you know, and you're hearing something else. It's not.
That's a great analogy. Yeah. And that's kind of how I look at it too. But I don't know, like part of me, it seems, I don't know. I don't know. There's really not much else I can really add to it, except that I remember as a child, more specifically, like having them more often. And I'm like, this is not me. This is not something I'd ever think of. And then, like, you know, later on in life, you look at something like thought forms and how you can build upon them. Like we were talking about even earlier with Jerry Marzinski and his work with schizophrenics and how they progress. I mean, we're condensing things obviously, but,
you might be being messed with by some.
That's my opinion of it. Yeah, that's what I think happens. Yeah.
You mean telepathically messing with you?
Yeah,
and, you know, and
feeding in on your frequency. Or
as soon as you realize what's going on, like we do and our listeners do, you can quickly turn that around. You know, you can repel these things easy. They don't want to mess around with people and beings in the know. They only want to mess around with ignorant people.
It's true. It's true. Those that kind of are not. Yeah, it's not even like. Yeah, I mean ignorant, but I also think it's like vulnerable, like spiritually vulnerable, right?
Yeah, sure.
It's really sad how it kind of all, I don't know, it's just all part of the bullshit, right? I mean, it's just sad. It's sad that it has to be this way.
Yeah, somebody wrote, Dan, is it possible that you are a bored immortal spirit who programmed your own reality and then mind wiped yourself before entering the program? And same with Mark and with his reality.
I've heard this before. So
yeah, like honestly, we're just going with, like, how many times I said it. I'm trying to get to the truth, as close to truth as possible.
Yeah.
By taking in the totality of information available, and keep adding to that and keeping my cognitive dissonance and other cognitive issues under control so I can get a clear picture of what's going on. And sure, I have all kinds of plausible alternate theories. You know, and some
You
of
want to
them.
expand on any of that?
Sure. I mean, I have one theory where, yeah, this could be actually some kind of game, because when you're out of it, you don't, you may have sort of a sense of it's possible that once you're out, this suffering doesn't matter anymore, and then you go right back in to play again.
But isn't that what we're seeing though?
See that doesn't really work out, because I don't think that fits my what do you call
rationale?
No, my moral standards.
Yeah.
My internal moral compass
morals and
would
ethics
not allow continued suffering.
Yeah,
it just wouldn't allow it.
Exactly.
Empathy has to come from the spirit. It can't come from the human. It's internal to your consciousness. Yeah. That's why we have evil people out there that don't have any empathy. That's what is possessing that, incarnated into that human, is a consciousness that's different than mine. I don't resonate with it. It doesn't resonate with me. And Monroe mentioned that, we all, no matter how bad or good we are, we all continue after human form. Mm-hmm. He didn't say whether or not, it's good. It's going to be good. Yeah. He didn't say that. He just said that you're going to continue. Continue is a neutral statement. It doesn't, so.
And it's
the one that makes the most sense. I'm sorry, but the one that I keep coming back to, because it fits all the holes. I don't have to try to force it here or there. Is the reincarnation soul trap?
It all feeds in. I mean, if the again, I know we repeat ourselves, but if the memory wipe didn't exist, if the light wasn't, if you can't look at the light objectively, and how it's like this love bomb, it's more powerful than any love that we've experienced. I know we talk about this constantly, but if you can't look at that and see that as a problem, and how immediate it is, immediate, and how deathbed premonitions, visions, and visitations play a role, and how they line up perfectly with NDEs, and you can't look at that and see that there's a problem there, and that it's clear that, there is prep work that goes on in deathbed premonitions, visions, and visitations, where it's set up in a perfect way that, basically what they're doing is they're priming the pump for the person that's dying to make sure that they go along and go to the light. And it pops up over and over and over again. And then you look at NDEs and we see the same bullshit.
Yep.
And there's no room for you or there's no room for you or I to sit here and say, okay, hold up, wait a minute. Let me get my bearings. I just came from Earth. I just came from this crazy experience. Let me regain my composure. No. It's immediate. Why is it immediate? Why can't it just chill and wait? Why is it putting so much pressure on everyone? That has to be at the forefront. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. See, because we know from countless accounts that your thoughts become instantaneous reaction when you're out of body. Even Monroe, he was able to snap to places. Your thoughts activate, make you move or whatever. When you die or enter a near death state, you're immediately distracted so that you stop thinking about what you would think about, like who am I, where do I go from here, or what's going on. You might, before you can even say what's going on, which you would get an answer to, you're going to have some. And the only difference I have between some of your theories and mine is I think most of the time my theory is, it's an opinion, but most of the time I think that the relatives and loved ones we meet, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, are
legit.
in fact them. And the only reason I say that is because if your relatives are in a cult and you drift away from that cult and they're still part of that cult, they're going to be doing everything in their power to pull you back into that cult.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Or it could be religion, or it could be materialism. If they're part of some group think and they bought into it, they're going to work to support that. They're going to work to support the Matrix, the Loosh Farm. They're going to work for it because they think it's the right thing to do. They convinced themselves.
That's a great point. The only thing I can really add to that is that see where kind of like the disconnect comes with everything, and how we cannot know with any certainty is the fact that time doesn't exist. We don't know that you and I are sitting here right now and experiencing a portion of our essence doing some other bullshit within the Matrix, right? So if we take that into account, there's a lot of unknowns there, and we cross over. Who's to say that a portion of us, or a portion of our loved ones or whoever is there acting as a conduit? Meanwhile, they're already reincarnated back on Earth. I mean, it's possible because of the whole time manipulation thing. I leave it open, but personally, I find it hard to wrap my head around. I'm like you, like I'm kind of in the position where I'm open, where some of them could be legit and then some of them can't. But really, this is kind of like just between both of us, it's kind of like a mute point, because if you kind of boil it all down, if let's just say our loved ones are appearing and they're legit or they're fake, it doesn't matter. Like, because if they're legit, they're still stuck in the Matrix. They're still trying to give us advice and help us and move us along within the construct that they themselves are still stuck in. So it's a lose-lose situation is how I look at everything. Like, and I keep an open mind with all of it, but in the end, it makes no difference, because if they're still stuck in here, what good are they doing me? They're just ushering me in based on preconceived notions that they've learned within the overall control system. I mean,
either way, the results are the same, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
Just, I got my theory, you got your theory, but the results are the same.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The key is, as soon as you are out, when your body like Monroe said, once your body no longer is able to contain your consciousness, it exits. As soon as you're out, you need to reject all communication,
everything,
immediately, and then have a thought of, I want to see, everything from outside everything. Just go to a place where you can overwatch.
OverwatchProject.com.
Yeah, where you have the Overwatch position. That's why I chose that name. Where if you're in the Overwatch position, you see everything. You're almost outside. You're outside everything. You're able to observe the entire thing, and then you can know what's going on more than anybody else in the middle of it.
I love it.
Right?
That's great.
And then from there, you simply have the intention of, okay, I want to remember everything, where I came from, every lifetime I've had, just bring it all back.
Yeah. All the memories beforehand.
any
or even
fractured,
entered this.
yeah.
Yeah.
If there are fractured parts of myself out there doing other
Rein
things,
them
I'm gonna
in.
pull them all back in, and then have like a little self-contained. In the Marvel movies, in the Marvel movies, he's a bad, evil figure. But there is a realm where he sat on this throne, Thanos, where it's just kind of like this asteroid floating in nowhere, and there's nothing there. It's just him basically. And he interacts with any being almost from in a command position where he sits there and just.
So he like
just
zooms in on each one, is what you're saying?
you
At
want to have
me
your own
as
little
needed.
alone space. You're
I'm sorry. Say
alone.
that again. I'm
You
sorry.
want to have your own little alone
Yes,
space, like
yes.
like a micro universe that's just you. So you can
Exactly.
get, and from there you can
Exactly.
just pull yourself all back together.
That's what matters most, right? I mean, it's just I mean, I like to say it's like, if we can sit here and say, yeah, we're wrong about every goddamn thing that we talk about. But in the end, it's like, if you don't allow yourself that isolation tank or that isolation realm that you created, that's impenetrable and incapable of being messed with, then you're never going to know, right? You can always kind of be open to manipulation. So doesn't everyone deserve that? I mean, that's
Sure. Even if we're completely wrong,
yeah,
and these other people, gurus and new agers and everybody else is
they're all right. Yeah.
If they're all right, then if it's all love and light, surely they won't be mad at me for taking some alone time.
Thank you. That's exactly what I say. That's what I say. And I have the woman, what's her name, Melissa, over at Love Covered Life, and she says that, like, that we're fundamentalist for thinking with a sovereign intention, and because we don't want to go to the light. I mean, it blows my mind. It's like, what's wrong with just taking a little initiative, looking out for yourself, and again, strip away everything. Say we're all wrong. Everything is on the up and up here, and that the light is everything as it claims to be, and everything is correct as advertised with experiencers and this and that. Then, like you said, can it wait? It can wait. What's it going to do? Kick us in the ass? Is it going to kill us? It can't kill us. I mean, what's it going to do?
Right. And love would never hold that against me, would it?
No. It's going to come back and it's going to give you a kiss right on the cheek, Dan.
Right. So it's all fine. It's all good. Why wouldn't everybody try that then?
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
All right. Let's.
Yeah. So that's it. Are we?
Are you okay? Are you okay with taking maybe 3 more questions, or how you doing over there? I know we've been going a long time compared to our normal talks. Okay.
3 more questions. I can do 3 more questions.
All right, Dan. It's been a lot of fun, man. I really enjoyed this conversation. I love being able to go deep with you, man.
This is the best one we've had, I think.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Yeah. I love it. Okay, so Ion Sky says, do either of you have knowledge on night terrors? Not bad dreams, not nightmares, but night terrors. My son had night terrors for years. Extremely traumatizing for the parent. My son's night terrors consisted of appearing 100% awake, but pointing to invisible entities and screaming things like, they're coming, they're going to kill me. But my child was in complete trance. He appeared totally awake, alert, but was in another realm. We would not wake him. He saw things and was terrorized, like maybe from another lifetime. These terrors began as an infant to 14 years old. Wow.
Okay. I actually have personal experience with that. I mean, I don't know about that kid. He may have some other thing in balance or something, and maybe a doctor should look at it. But as far as what I experienced, I don't know exactly if it was it may have been, I have a predisposition for freedom. And as you know,
how dare
my
you?
best chance, my best possible memory of a pre-life before this one was as a Revolutionary War soldier. And wasn't anybody special. the only reason I know the person even existed is because there's a Tombstone website for a cemetery search that had the name that I saw in a dream or memory that I had. And before that, when I was little, from a very early age till maybe 10, 12 years old, I would have this very scary, terrorizing, recurring dungeon torture, medieval times,
Damn, bro.
horrific pain and starvation, being punished for something. I could just imagine it was probably because I'm like flipped off the king or something. Said, who are you to tell me what to do?
Shove
F
that
you.
crown up your ass.
And but that was a and constant thing. And I remember there was a museum I went to that had a section that had medieval torture stuff, and some of it looked familiar to me.
Boy.
But that was I would wake up covered in sweat, frightened, kept thinking there were monsters under my bed. I was constantly, it was rough. It was rough. And my parents would, typical Italian, oh, you don't worry about it. I'll grow it.
Hey, hey. Here, have some pasta.
Yeah. But,
Let me make you some malaga. No, it's no, but it's a serious thing. I can't say that I had it as extreme, but I think my suggestion would be to kind of, I assume they ended because you said they were till 14, but
mine ended like when I was 10 or 12.
Okay, 10 or 12. Okay.
And eventually they just started fading. And that's why I think it could have been some distant traumatic lifetime where
it's interesting time, right? Puberty too. Like you're kind of switching over into your new phase of life physically. So, and then there's the whole brainwave thing. But I'll leave like a few short ones. Like I remember being afraid of the quote unquote the boogeyman, right? As a child, and always worried that there was something under my bed and this and that. A movie that really kind of spells it out and blatantly shows Loosh is Monsters Inc. I mean, it's unbelievable what it shows there. I mean, and it makes sense. I mean, I think everyone as a child goes through these kind of night terrors in some degree. Now, does it mean it's going to last from infancy to 14? No, but I think everyone goes through it for portions of time or longer periods of time. And it could sadly be something, especially like if it's long-term or even for any sort of extended period of time, even if it's like a year, 2 years, something like that, it could be some really sick things like life scripting. I hate to simplify it like that, but we know it exists, and it could be part of like the vengeance or retribution for something in a past life that was perceived karmically or through sinning or judgment or something. I mean, I know it sounds stupid, but that's what they do. I mean, they link these karmic things, these judgment things, and they pin them back on us. Meanwhile, they get to skate free with all their bullshit and not be held accountable for everything that goes on here and how flawed everything is. But I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I can't say with any certainty. There's no way to know with any certainty whatsoever. Yeah. But if you are a mother or a father out there, teaching your child about how powerful intention is now is really important, because what you do is you empower them now at a young age, and what they'll do is carry that forth as a lesson, and they'll be more firm in their resolve as an adult too. So
Yep.
I mean, that's the best I can say. And as a side note, I'd like to mention there's a video on my channel about early childhood development and how key those moments are and how it molds us into
Yeah.
our teens
One
and
of my
adult.
favorite videos you made. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's so important to know that.
I linked to it recently in a
Thanks,
video,
bro.
2 videos back, and that was because you cover the whole hypnagogic state, the programming that you're susceptible to until you're age 7. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's
Yeah.
it's so
Take the hand
perfect,
of-
right?
Take
It
the hand of
sets
the
us up.
architect, right? The maker. Oh, congrats!
Yeah.
Yeah, this is your fabulous job screwing me up from the beginning.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for
Yeah.
allowing me to be blank slated and programmed with garbage information that it took me 50 years to get rid of. Thanks. Really good job.
Yeah, and like we're innocent, right? We're infants, we're children. We're not capable of processing the information as well. I mean, again, the early childhood development and just how it impacts us is another massive red flag about how this place works. If you're young and ignorant and you can't even necessarily communicate properly with your parents or anyone around you, and then you're on top of it a sponge for the information that is you're surrounded by, like teachers, like parents, like anyone, friends, parents, friends, religions. It's the perfect storm.
It's the perfect way if you're making beings to produce loosh through chaos and conflict. How more perfect of a system could you have? You create people susceptible to garbage information, which will then lead them down a path of having all these issues and conflict with other people. When they run into people that have different programming, don't match theirs, they believe something different, and you're going to have conflict all the way up to the big level where you have wars. And all of that loosh comes out.
Well said,
Shake
man.
the hand of the maker, please.
That was good, man. That was good.
All
right. So I think we got one or two more, and then we'll wrap things up. I really appreciate you taking the time tonight, Dan.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Joshua Carpenter asks, any thoughts on the ancient Egyptians and their ideas of death and rebirth? I suspect the Great Pyramid had something to do with leaving this place.
Wow, that is deep because there's so many mysteries there. I'm not even sure the true origins of the pyramids. But the Sphinx definitely doesn't jive with what we're officially told. It's got water erosion on it.
Oh, yeah. John Anthony West.
Yeah.
Robert Schoch.
What, is it, and again, they tell you things in movies, right? Stargate. Exactly what were the pyramids? Were they actually the tombs for these pharaohs, or were they built something else and then co-opted as a tomb for a pharaoh and then mimicked later? How many times do humans mimic something? The whole cargo cults thing from the Pacific Islanders during World War II, right?
That's crazy, yeah.
They recreated
Planes are gods.
planes of bamboo to mimic the aircraft that think about it. These people never saw planes before. I don't know. There's so much mystery with that, with the Egyptian stuff. It's very interesting. The ancient, when you go ancient, and how they viewed the spirit planes.
Yeah, and all, literally almost all pyramid structures that have some sort of evidence or hieroglyphs like behind them, they all of them talk about the afterlife. Almost every single one of them. Why is that? Why is that?
It's because obviously they knew about it.
Yeah.
They knew about it, and they had access to plants and other things that could help them connect. What's his name? Graham Hancock.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a lot of research into the psychedelics.
Hmm.
There's that,
Agent Hancock.
yeah, the Spirit Molecule book from
Oh
Doctor.
yeah, that's a great book.
In the end, he's a materials doctor. He's like in the last chapter of the book, he's like, "Yeah, I really can't say that this is just hallucinations." Yeah,
Rick Strassman, right? I think is
yeah,
the
yeah,
name.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's 3 videos I did on Instagram where I go over the comparisons between NDEs and breakthrough trips with DMT, and they're the same shit. Same shit.
Yep. As soon as you uncork the anchor, or remove the anchor from the human body to the consciousness, it fucking blasts out. It wants to get free.
Yeah.
It wants to go.
That's right, bro. That's right. Yeah, I mean, it's really tough to say because you have the Greeks, you have the Mexicans, you have the Egyptians, and they're all like centering so much around death and rebirth and
Yeah,
and the gods, and it's
the
all about
underworld.
worshiping. It's like we're so limited with what we get access to, but there is that commonality with
Yeah, I don't
death.
think that real gods need worship. They
No.
don't need worship.
Nope.
They there are probably beings that you from our perspective as human, incarnate as human, would appear to be, godlike. But we don't, we don't have to worship them, I don't think. And
No.
nor should they want worship if they're that. Because, I mean, honestly, if you're that high level of a being, what do you need worship for? I mean, that's kind of
No, yeah,
narcissistic,
it's
psychopathic. It's not necessary. If anything, they might want to, if they're out there and they're good, come down here and help us out a little bit. You know what I mean? You don't need any worship for that. But when you help somebody, Mark, doesn't that act alone feel good? Like you don't even want their thanks.
No.
The act of being able to help somebody else feels great.
Absolutely. It's just coming from the heart, right? Coming from, because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah, it feels great. You don't need anything in return for it. You don't know. I mean, if you have empathy for people, for other beings, you don't need to be paid back for it. It's just the act of you being able to help them is your reward. So.
No,
Anyway,
I like that a lot. I like that a lot.
Next
Okay.
question.
I think we're coming close. I'm not going to hold you hostage much longer, Dan. All right. Emil says, which NDE presentation can I watch where someone faced great anxiety, panic upon meeting the Matrix minions during their NDE?
The most screwed up NDE that I can think of off the top of my head is Howard Storm.
Yeah, that is a wild one. I've had that on my to-do list for a while. I've always been hesitant, but yeah.
If anybody doesn't know, should I give him a quick brief?
No, of course, yeah, please do.
A complete and total devout atheist self-admitted that he was so materialist and arrogant, angry, hateful, basically. Goes to France. He's a college professor. He goes to France on some art tour or something. Ends up in a hospital. Ends up dying in the hospital. It doesn't understand that he's out of his body. Angry that his wife is sitting there. He's yelling at her. She's not listening to him. Gets lured by what he first perceives as hospital people to come with him. And as he's going down the hallway, it gets dingier and darker, and they all turn on him, and they're all like these angry, monstrous parasites that do all kinds of vile things to him, because in his mind, he's not even dead. He's a total atheist. He doesn't understand what's going on at first. Then he's being tortured, and preyed upon by these things, and he starts praying, and then you get Jesus shows up, and now all these different beings, when he gets pulled out of there, now he's in this completely angelic realm, and he's surrounded by the love and the light bomb, and then he asks them all these questions, which he admits in interviews and in his book that it doesn't match dogma and doctrine. They basically bullshit him into whatever answers they want to give him. And then, when I read his book and watched his interviews, I'm like, these are the same beings. They just flipped the script. If you really look at what's going on, at first they attack him negatively, and then they prey upon him with love and light bombs. And he then becomes a minister. Talk about a screwed up NDE. He has a total life change. And but you read his information, right? What do you think?
Oh,
Mark?
yeah. No, it's no, I mean, I'm with you. It's just he's one of those NDEs that is massive. It's one of the huge stories out there. And I also think his NDE is a catalyst to funnel others who have had bad experiences into rationalizing the Matrix. And that's where I have a problem. I also think someone like probably get in trouble for this one, but Evan Alexander, I don't believe him for a minute.
I tell you
I don't believe him.
One that's even more profound than that one, that is so profound and been medically researched to such a great degree that even Wikipedia doesn't mess with it. And that
The
is
shoe? Talk about the shoe?
No, Anita Morjani.
Oh yeah.
She's body's riddled with cancer. She's on her deathbed at hospice. Her family is wealthy. They've spent a lot of money trying to get her best doctors. As a result, they have medical records on this woman from specialists from all over the world.
Oh yeah, well documented. Yep.
Super documented cancer case. There's no way she can live. She dies in the hospice bed for what to the outside world appears to be, a very short time. Meanwhile, she gets taken to this, she goes into the light, she goes into the paradise realm or whatever, wherever she goes. She meets all kinds of spiritual beings. She learns that the cancer is a result of her own desires, that she was having such a bad experience with certain things that were forced upon her in life, that her consciousness was killing her body. She kind of, even though I don't think she really understands it, but she empowered herself to come back.
Yes.
And then her body, resuscitates. The doctors are shocked. The family's shocked. And then to make it all even crazier, she tells them immediately she's going to be fine.
Yeah. It gets the clean bill of health.
Then they're like, no, you're going to die soon. We're surprised you're back. And then basically her entire body heals itself. And there's no cancer left at all.
It's all gone.
It's all gone. And it shows you the power of your consciousness. The placebo and the nocebo effect is on steroids in that one, to like spiritual levels. She kills herself with cancer and then cures herself with cancer. There's zero medical explanation for her cure. Yep. No one can explain it. And her trip to the afterlife, of course, she gets the love and light treatment, and it's all about love, right? She comes back. She's now a good agent for the Matrix reincarnation system. Yeah. That one's really profound. You really, and didn't they again 8 or 10 cancer special centers try to figure out what the hell happened there, because they couldn't
Yeah,
There's so
yeah,
many
yeah. They
different
tried
doctors
to.
involved. I mean,
But she became like a bestseller too. I mean, she's like the
yeah,
talk of the town, not just book wise, but these
sure.
conferences. I mean,
And right, because it's all about love and light.
yep, exactly. It pushes the narrative forward. It shows instantaneous healing. I mean, on and on and on. I mean, it's incredible. But I would say like the most profound NDE, which is also a coma story. Let me try and look up the guy's name. I'm sorry, I should
Was
have
that
had
the one
this
you
right.
did? You did a big.
The Machine. You remember that
Yeah,
one?
yeah, he did a big
Yeah.
show on it. Yeah.
Okay, that one was probably the he was stuck in he was stuck in a hell loop.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that one is absolutely. His name is Robert Mobley, RobertMobley. I'll drop a link in the chat. It is completely off the chain, insane. I mean, this one to this day, like just thinking about it, disturbs me.
Yep, I remember that one.
But here, feel free to check it out. I'll leave it in the chat. Robert Mobley, NDE, coma, hell. I'm just gonna say it flat out. Go into that one when you're having an okay day. Like don't go into that if you're depressed or having.
True.
I mean, it's extremely disturbing. But that case just, oh my God, my heart just crushes for him.
Rough case.
Crushed. And he's confined to a wheelchair. Last I knew, still. I mean, really, really difficult. In short, I'm not going to make this long, but he claims like the machine broke him, and what it was showing was, so he was like in a field or something like that, and the Matrix kept showing him his child, in like times like hundreds of thousands of versions of his child being like ate up and thrown through like some farm equipment or just horror, absolute horror.
I gotta be honest with you, Mark. I couldn't listen to that whole one.
I don't blame you. I almost didn't do it.
That one was too disturbing, and I was like, yeah, I gotta check out this one.
That's why it's so hard, man. It's so hard to do.
I mean,
those.
there's some of the 99% of what you put out there I find absolutely fascinating, all the minute details, but that one was wow. I was like,
he's like in a Burger King or something, and he's on a loop. He's like in this hell loop, like in Burger King, and he's like in a mech warrior suit, and he just keeps getting destroyed, and then it repeats, destroyed, repeats, and then he ends up. I mean, it is the most disturbing case I've ever run across, and I don't blame you for not listening to the rest of it. I know
I listened to most of it, but it was like, okay, this is like
so sick. All right, I'm sorry. We'll move along here.
let's leave it on a positive note. Anything positive?
Yeah. Let's see. Chloe says, maybe this was a response to Vegan Skeptic. I apologize. All right. So, we can ask it. It's a quick one. And then there's one more after this and we are done, Dan. Okay. So Chloe asks, when you have an OBE, are you able to interact with others? Two things hold me back: not wanting to be floating around alone out there and meeting scary beings.
Well, yeah and no. I mean, there's plenty of cases where OBEers are able to, connect with their loved ones, but in the morning they don't remember.
Yeah.
Right? Yep. They don't remember because they're not in a lucid state.
Not lucid enough, yeah.
If you're having a true OBE, you're out of your body and you're totally awake, lucid. You know everything that's going on, where you're at, everything. And you might help like your relative or friend or loved one come out of their body, or maybe they're floating above their body as they're sleeping anyway, and you can maybe even wake them up, wake up their out of body astral body, and then you end up in this thing where you have this shared experience. In the morning, they have no memory of it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was, I mean, see, the thing is with OBs, yeah, you're able to interact with others. And I think early on in OBE practice, it's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. But eventually I think the purpose is really to grow out of the interactions and test your true abilities, right? Like your sovereign abilities to push the narrative, to push forward. I mean, William Buhlman himself talks about how he was stuck kind of roaming around and farting around in the lower astral for 10 years. 10 years until he really started to see further practice. And Nick, even with what we heard with Monroe tonight, he kind of implied the same, not like the same duration, but I mean, maybe even longer actually in his case. But, you know, you can tell that like it's a work in progress. But if you know that you control the show right here, right now, you can maybe move past all of that. But when you're dying, when you're on your way out, there's no doubt about it. I mean, you can control it, but you just have to be firm in your resolve, stand up and never let anything seep its way in. So anything you want to add there before we move on to the last question? You want to make
an exit. Yeah, you want to make an exit like a comedian. Yeah. You guys have been great. Have a good night, everybody.
Yeah, peace. Good luck. Don't reincarnate.
See you later. You guys have been fantastic. Thanks to all my family members and friends and everybody. You're all good.
I hope you make it out.
Yeah, hope you make it out. See you later.
Okay, last question. Question for Dan. Can we claim back our brainwashed higher self, or do we leave it behind? I'm sorry I don't have a name, but I know someone left that, so I'll repeat that one more time. Says, can we claim back our brainwashed higher self, or do we leave it behind?
I would think that once we get ourselves back together, we're no longer brainwashed. You know, like I got rid of my brainwashing here in my human brainwashing. It took me years.
Yeah,
I didn't start trying to get to where I'm at. I was actually looking for something entirely different that had to do with my, at the time, religion I was born into. It eventually led here because I was more interested in finding something that made total sense than trying to float cognitive dissonance. And, you know, I had to try to justify this and got to run to the apologist to explain this problem. Eventually, I just like, there's something wrong with me. It's not, this doesn't make any sense. I'm following a program. I'm not, you know, so if I could get rid of that here in this pathetic, lowly human form, I imagine that once my consciousness gets free of all that, I could just shit can any bad information, get the hell out of here intact.
Yeah.
Right? So,
yeah. No, I really like that. I think claiming back ourselves while we're in here is just you know, look, we still go to sleep every night, we still wake up every morning and still have to pay bills, still have to go to work, still have to do all the monotonous bullshit, fill the gas tank, take a dump, take a leak, you know,
matrix business.
I mean, everything. All right. I mean, so that's kind of just the ABCs of the matrix business, like you said. But it's all about, I think, how we choose and decide with all of our other time to interact and involve ourselves with matrix BS. And what the system is really relying on is for us to fall into the boxes that it has set up. So it's hoping that, you know, you'll do your 9 to 5, you'll do everything that you're supposed to do because you're a responsible adult and moving forward and just trying to keep the lights on. and keep peace in your life. But then there's kind of like this whole other umbrella of the endless, needless bullshit that is out there that it's hoping that you continue to stay sucked into, like the news, like the radio, like, you know, like all the propaganda, everything that's out there. That's what it's hoping that you latch onto too. So disconnecting yourself from all of the monotonous BS that's trying to continue to keep you programmed is key. For instance, you know, in short, like I've talked about this before, for instance, YouTube, you know, you can go to, you know, like you have your subscription page, right? But you also have your home page. And I did find when, especially when the whole thing started a few years back ago, I made it a point, and I was already kind of working on this before, but when the whole thing started, the best button on YouTube's social media is do not recommend channel. Do not recommend channel. Making sure that you weed out not just all sides of the spectrum, all the news stations, and as soon as you see one of them pop up, click do not recommend. It takes a few months. Could take 6 months or a year, but the point is eventually you get to the point where you're never going to see much BS pop up unless there's like a really, really massive realm-wide thing that occurs. Then yeah, there may be a little bit in peace that pops up here and there, but guess what? That's your moment to weed out the rest of it. You know, I mean, it you know, and make sure that you're not interacting with negative BS or things that are trying to suck you in, customizing your life, making sure that, you know, notifications aren't popping up on your phone all the time. Like the only notification I have that pops up is, and even then, like I don't have the sound for it, is text messages. You know, that's it. You know, just making sure that you're minimizing your interaction with the overall matrix so that it doesn't have an opportunity to sneak in and drop you a headline or drop you the latest thing that tries to suck you back in. I mean, it's little small things, right?
Yeah.
So that's all. I mean,
that's true. Yeah, I stopped watching like news channels a long time ago. If anything, I'm more interested in like gaming news. You know, or something like that. Something
get lost, right?
Distraction, you know. Like I got a big kick of the whole Jennifer Lawrence thing that happened the last couple of days.
What happened there?
She made a comment that she's retracted it. You know,
she has, one of those things.
She has retracted it, but she was giving an interview to Variety magazine, and she made this insane claim that before her starring in Hunger Games, that she was the first woman to lead an action movie.
Okay. And
then, of course, minutes later, it was like, well, Sigourney Weaver, Alien, Uma Thurman, Kill Bill. There was a Kate Beckinsale, Underworld, Whiteout. It's endless. The list was endless, and it was funny. Variety had to pull the tweet down. And 48 hours later, she's like, "Dang, you know, I did not know this." She claims that she had dropped out of middle school, and you know, basically, she's not extremely well educated in school wise, and she has problems doing interviews where she says things that she didn't mean to say. So you know, but I'm like, have you not seen a movie before 2012? I mean, how do you not know? I mean, stuff like that, you know, it's distraction, it's entertainment, it's. But I tend to avoid all the endless chatter of the news thing. It's all about trying. It's also a louche factory. If you watch 100% news, it's designed to upset you.
Yep. Designed to get emotions, good or bad.
It just continuously upset you, and I'm like, I've had enough of this garbage.
Enrage you.
I don't need to know any of this stuff.
Exactly. Who cares? Who cares? It's just like I think really the biggest lesson I learned probably in my entire life is, besides the bullshit that goes on here in general, it's just in how it's like a soul trap. But one of the biggest things is like, look, we're in our perception bubbles right now. Like you can choose to not watch the stream. You can choose to watch something else. You can choose to click on an article. You don't have to do it. You don't have to know that all these other things are going on out in the world, and you can close them off because you choose not to click or whatever. But once you click, that's it. You fall down exactly where they want us to be.
Exactly. It's no different. In the afterlife, you can choose not to listen to anything.
Yes. Love it, Dan.
I'm opt out of this. I don't want to, stop, stand down, go away. I'm in my own little bubble here. I don't want to be bothered until I figure shit out. That's it. Yeah.
That was great, Dan. All right. I'm not going to hold you hostage anymore. I'm not going to keep you in the soul trap.
Thanks for having me, Mark. Thanks for everything. And,
thank you, brother.
I hope that people found this informative and useful in their research, because we're not here to tell you what to think. We're simply telling you, well, this is where the research led me, and then your research led you, and you got to do your own and figure out your own way. Don't depend on other people to tell you what to think.
Thank you, Dan. That's so important, right? I mean, I say that almost every video. It's like, our channels, the information we're sharing should only be a stepping stone. And if you're doubting things or whatever, or even, it doesn't matter whether you're doubting or not. If you're new to all this, go out and do your own research. And you have to look at all the experiencer categories. You have to take into account everything that's going on here, everything, and then lump it into one and say, does this make sense? Is everything as advertised? And if you kind of come away saying that, oh yeah, it all makes sense, then, I'm sorry, but it just doesn't fit. But at the end of the day, if you're new to this or like early on in the research, it may take a year, 2 years. And what Dan, Wayne, and myself are trying, Wayne Bush at, by the way, trickedbythelight.com, a plethora of resources available. Check out Wayne.
Massive information.
Yeah. I mean, if you kind of combined all of our work together and then use it as a catalyst for your own research, it kind of cuts out a lot of the hard work in between that you have to do. And it makes it easier to see it. And it still may take a year or two, or maybe longer, maybe less. I mean, it really depends where you've been looking over however many years, but it's hard to say that. I mean, most people that have been see what we're talking about, they'll come away, they'll do their own research, and they'll say, yeah, I mean, I see it. It's a little different for everyone. It's just, some people see it quicker. Some people it takes a little longer, but don't let this is not a negative topic. It really isn't. I mean, you take what's going on out there, that's really negative, but you take in everything as a whole and then realize that, like, look, the real prize is sovereignty, shielding, sovereignty, liberation, creating your own realm, and protecting yourself. What is negative about that? But apparently it's a fundamentalist thinking, Dan, apparently.
I don't see how. We're basically saying we're on our own.
Yeah.
You come in here alone and you leave here alone. You get escape
and see what happens.
Yeah,
just see what happens. That's it.
Get that escape velocity as well.
All right, Dan. It's been a lot of fun. I got to wrap up a few things here before we.
Night.
Yeah, thank you for your time tonight, brother.
Wherever you are. Bye, everybody.
Take care of yourself.
I'm gonna click the leave button now, right?
All right, brother. Sounds good. Okay.
All right.
Thanks for coming on. We'll talk soon, man.
I'll talk to you soon. See you. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, so just want to wrap things up here really quickly. And okay, so just so you know, there is a Instagram and a Twitter where I do send out notifications prior to a stream. They're usually about an hour before. So there are a number of you that continue to tell me that you're not getting notifications about the live stream. The best thing I could recommend is to make sure that the YouTube channel, Odyssey, Rumble, that at least I know with YouTube, if you select the bell for all, if it's customized, there's a very good chance that you're not going to get a notification about when we're live. And there's usually about 1 or 2 streams every weekend. And there's also memberships available here on YouTube and over on Odyssey. Hello, Odyssey. And I am all of the content that has been the members content that's been put out over the last over a year now is being uploaded to Odyssey, and there will be Odyssey exclusive streams, public streams, starting next weekend. So next weekend is the first one, and we've already done one Odyssey member stream, and the next member stream for both Odyssey and YouTube will be on the, I believe, Sunday, the 18th. Because of the holidays, there is a slight adjustment in the normal schedule. We usually meet the last Sunday of every month, but because it falls on Christmas this year and there's all this holiday stuff going on, I decided to switch it to the 18th. So that'll be Sunday, a week from today, Sunday, December 18th, sometime between 5 and 7 p.m. And this week I will have a notification in the community tab here on YouTube, the members community tab, and over on Odyssey to let you know exactly what time we'll be meeting at. But we'll just say 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for now. If that does change, I will definitely let you know. And part of the live stream level membership and higher will get you also access to early the whole entire archive of all the videos that have been published so far, and also a private Discord server, which is for research and chat purposes, so you can meet like-minded true essence beings who like to, we have voice chats, we do movie nights, sometimes TV shows, and just kind of shoot the shit about random different topics. There's a bunch of different categories to dive into. And then there's also some early access videos that I put out a few times a month as well. And I have a D Live page. If you're over on D Live, I have a Twitch. And with Twitch, I do Truth in Gaming. Right now, recently I just bought a game. What the hell's the name of it? Called The Chant. And I've done one of those videos so far, but I do the Truth in Gaming over on Twitch because there's a lot of sometimes copyright things that go on. And just to put it out there, look, it's very casual. I do a light commentary with it, but I'm not some pro gamer. I'm not, it's just very casual. It's just for fun. But if you want to swing by, feel free to check out the Twitch channel. Everything's available in the description tab. And I have an email list. And the email list is the only thing that I can control completely, right? I mean, you have all these social media sites, all the video sites, and, who knows what can happen at any time, right? The one thing, like, for us to stay in touch is the email list. To date, I've had it for 3-4 months. I haven't sent one email. It's just there as a way to stay in touch. And it'll also provide updates about the upcoming website once it's further along in development. And that will be coming out next year, no matter what. And so if you'd like a little update about that and maybe some other things that may be happening, I may even eventually offer, because so many are saying they're not getting notifications about the streams, I may even offer a text service. I'm trying to price it out and keep things reasonable so they're not going to break the bank, but they can also still kind of say, hey, FC is going to be live in an hour or a half hour, or we're live now, something like that. And so the mailing list would be a good way to do that. Although I haven't ever collected phone numbers yet, I have to figure out how to do that. And for anyone that's anyone that's interested in that, that is just an option. So There is, let's see, I think there's a little bit more I wanted to put out. I want to let everyone know who is looking to book sessions. I have just set up a calendar service because I'm overwhelmed with messages and stuff like that. And those of you who have already messaged me about a session and setting something up, I will get back to you. But in the meantime, if you are interested in joining, I do have a link, or if you're interested in checking out what's available, I should say. I still have a little bit more to do. Oh, here it is. You can see I'm so well organized, right, guys? All right, if you're interested in booking a session, there's an email that I have. Okay. So you can email me. I don't have the calendar perfectly set up, and okay, so there's the email for sessions. It's sessionswithfc@gmail.com, and then the booking calendar is fcsessions.setmore.com. That's setmore.com. So feel free to check that out. And again, anyone who has already emailed me and messaged me about it, I will be in touch within the next couple days to work on setting things up. And don't forget to also check out Dan, who was our guest tonight, and highly recommend checking out his website, and that is the OverwatchProject.com. And then he also has an Odyssey, a BitChute, Minds, Gab, Twitter, and of course YouTube. And all of those links are available in the description tab. I'll leave Dan's website here in the comment section, and let me just drop that over in Odyssey. And so I think that probably is about it. And if there's anything else, I can't think of it. Oh, you know what? Let me, I just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats, actually. Hold on here. I want to give a shout out here. Hey, Tom S. Good to see you, my friend. Hope all is well. Tom says, do you think that body that we get after reincarnation is random? Well, from everything I can tell, it does seem to indicate that, you know, we pick it. Like we pick the life script and in the body, and kind of, or at least some semblance of the body. Of course, you have to kind of also always take into account free will, right? I mean, you know, I'm not the most healthy guy. You know, I like eating, right? And I have my own health issues, but you know, I could choose to do this. I could choose to eat this. I could choose to eat that, or, you know, everyone can do the same, right? And so you can initially have a certain body type, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be as advertised in the life script, because you still always have free will choice at the end to eat this or eat that, right? Or so yeah, I mean, the look, the initial body type that we have is picked out in the life script phase, with usually the phony guys or the ascended masters, or some of the soul group members that may be involved, or the council. And I mean, even though you see it, it doesn't mean that you don't have an input on where you're going to go with that body. And of course, you can fall into all sorts of situations. You could be born into a country that doesn't have the most healthy food. You could be born into a family that doesn't have the most healthy food. And of course, you can choose to involve yourself or not with whatever that is. And of course, the geographical location, everything that like the base of ourselves is predestined before we get here. But then once we are here, then everything kind of switches, and it's like either we continue to move along and not realize our free will decisions, or we may have control, we may not have self-control. I mean, there's a lot of factors, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, like if you're not even aware that something like a life script exists, then you're just shooting from the hip all the time and just going along to get along and survive, right? And you're dealt a situation that you kind of signed on to in this incarnation regardless. So I hope that kind of answers the question, Tom. And I hope you're doing good out there, buddy. Jen No Fear just joined the Last Timers Club. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And AA also renewed her membership, and I appreciate you. Thanks so much. And I think that should be about it for today. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I just want to say good night to YouTube, good night to Odyssey, and Rumble. I didn't get to stream on Rumble tonight because the bandwidth was a bit high between Dan and Odyssey and Rumble, Odyssey and YouTube, but the replay will be available on Rumble as well. And don't forget, if you don't have an Odyssey account already, we will be starting next weekend. That'll be the 16th or 17th. There will be Odyssey exclusive streams and Rumble. Both of those places, the video that's put out there will not be available on YouTube. So I just want to make sure that that's put out there. And if you want to join the chats, it's good to sign up for an account. It's totally free. And all the content that you see here, actually, and then some, are available both on Odyssey and Rumble. For instance, on Odyssey, on YouTube, I had to take down the Jerry Marzinski interviews. I had to take the DMT video down. I had to take the Datura video down. So all those videos are over there, and you're more than welcome to check those out. And Odyssey has been a great platform. They've really put money into it. They show that they care about building a good platform, and you're able to talk, right? So I look forward to next week being able to talk a little more openly. And I think what I haven't set up exactly what I'm going to go over, but it'll probably be something like breakthrough trip experiences, because that's where I can talk about it. I mean, there's a lot of people who talk about that here and they get their accounts deleted. So be on the lookout for that. And I look forward to seeing each and every one, or some of you, next week. And thank you for tuning in today. I really want to give a big thank you to Dan at Overwatch channel on YouTube, OverwatchProject.com. And he's also on Odyssey as well at Overwatch Project, all one word. And I think that's it. So I will see some of you in the Discord. If you're, we're going to have a members group voice chat in about maybe 10, probably like 15 minutes, but feel free to join the Discord server now if you'd like. And if you're a new member, please email me at foreverconsciousresearch@gmail.com. That's just for Discord verifications. Leave a comment after the stream. It should be concluding soon. So as soon as it ends, just refresh and leave and say, "Hey, FC, I am verifying my membership here in the Discord. It's for the live stream levels 2 or higher, and on both Odyssey and YouTube." And I will send over an invite right away. But you got to leave that comment afterwards so that I can see that you have a membership. What we're trying to do is just make sure that, you know, there's no spamming and data miners and all sorts of BS in between there. Like the server was public for a while, and I'm sorry I did have to make it private, but that's because I was sick of dealing with all the BS. And you know, it's an enjoyable server where everyone shares their research, their ideas, and we have some voice chats and movie nights sometimes. So I look forward to seeing some of you there. But if you're new and haven't gotten a Discord account, I will keep an eye on the email. Just got to leave a comment after the stream letting me know, and we'll get that right over to you. So take care of yourselves. Thanks again, and I will see you next week on Odyssey and Rumble. And then on Sunday for the members, I'll see you on the 18th for our monthly member live stream. And to the rest, we will see each other again soon. And if you're celebrating holidays, I hope you have a good holiday season. And thank you again. Much love, my friends.